Hey, hey, hey. I'm back with another show, a chit chat night, and it's been that long that I've kind of forgotten what I'm supposed to be doing. What's it been now, like 8 days or something? It's been crazy. It's been really busy for me, to be honest, and yeah, it's just one of those things. I have tried to do shows, I have tried to set things up, but you know, life gets in the way sometimes, so you have to adjust for that, you know, priorities and all, and unfortunately some of those bumped in very recently, so you know, I've had to you know, stand in for the carers for my mum and stuff, so as well as, you know, trying to fit in any work that I can do. So I've been very, very busy, and as you can tell, I've put this stream together at 9 o'clock, not 10 o'clock, so I'm going a bit earlier today in the hope that I can finish a little bit earlier too. I don't want to be doing this till about 2 o'clock, so maybe till about 1 o'clock, so maybe a 4-hour stream, if we get the guests in, that is. So, as I say, kind of dropped it on people starting earlier than normal, so I'm kind of on my lonesome at the moment. So if anybody wants to join the show, any of you guys in the chat, Globe Earther or Flat Earther, give me a call on Skype and I'll bring you straight in. So let's see who's first in. We had Mike Dornan, and Sean Hawkins is in. Says, welcome back, by the way. Thank you very much. Glad to be back. Cleary says, nice. Bruno, nice to see you in. And Amanda Young, nice to have you in. YouTube. I see you're on your 2 account. Does that mean that you're checking for who is in the chat? With Go-To Channel, the app that I told you about. I hope you're using that well. Nick, nice to see you in. Who else have we got in? AllyB, nice to see you in, pal. If you want to pop on, give us a call. Alexander Lightwater, Timmy Osman. Shame he didn't have those videos, but never mind, bud. I've got the rest of them, so it's all good. Ian Adams, nice to see you in. And many more, I'm sure. Right, okay, so what was that there? You got rid of your mods again, Ian Adams? Yeah, unfortunately I had to, you know, with the situation that's going on right now, and I have had a rogue moderator in the past. I don't know who that was, but they banned like 700 people from the channel. So with what's going on right now, I need all the comments kept. So you know, it's not that I don't trust anybody, it's just that I have to safeguard myself. So nobody can time anybody out, nobody can censor anybody, nobody can go back and delete comments on previous videos, etc. So all of that information will all be still there to actually gather and keep. So that's happy days. GemPanda, nice to see you in. SE, nice to see you in. The Mind of God. Can't leave us like that again, man. That was rough. Oh, dearie me. It wasn't that bad, surely. It was only, what, 8 days? It wasn't that bad. Who else have we got in? Where is Riley's thesis? Nice to see you in. I don't think I've missed anybody. If I've missed anyone, I do apologise. So I've been a little out of the loop recently, so I'm not too sure what's been going on inside of Flat Earth. Perhaps you guys can tell me if there's anything that you guys want me to talk about. Send me a message right now, pop it in the chat, and I'll try and address it whilst we wait for some people to come in, and let's get this show started. So in the meantime, ask a question, I'll be here. Debate Flat Earth and More. Hey cats, did you get your 1,000 subscribers yet? Debate Flat Earth and More. I think you were struggling for that. What are you, 100 short or something like that? Rob Keane, nice to see you in, mate. 650 max. Oh, and yeah, Good Servant's doing well. 500 subscribers. Has his own little show over there. If you guys haven't actually been over to Good Servant's channel and checked it out, perhaps I'm heading over and right, okay, so can I ask a question for the flat earthers that think space is fake? What was SpaceX doing yesterday? Kango24. So I didn't actually see that, so if anybody knows what that's about, because as I say, I've been so busy, I literally haven't been keeping up to track with anything that's happened in the past week, pretty much. So if anybody has an answer for that, pop it in the chat, I'll have a look. Debate Flat Earth More says, yeah, he's 100 short. Get the Mind of God on, and let's get this stream going. Well, Mind of God, if you want to jump on, give us a thumbs up, I'll bring you in. Who else do we got? you can go back and edit the comment transcript. I didn't know that I had that power. Mandelbrot sets, yes indeed, anybody can do that, unfortunately. So if you're a moderator on someone's channel, you can go and watch previous live streams and delete comments, block people, you know. It's called shadow banning, so you can shadow ban them from the channel. So I had a road moderator that was doing that, going back to anybody that wasn't moderated on the channel and banning them. 700 within, say, a couple of weeks, before I actually got the nod from somebody to tell me that this was happening. And then it took me over an hour to unban everybody. So there you go. Gentlest channel says, where in the globe model is there pressure next to a vacuum? I haven't seen anything in the globe model that shows that. Kango says SpaceX had a massive rocket with people sitting in it ready to blast off into space. Okay, so it was sitting in it. Did they actually blast off into space, or were they just sitting in the rocket? I am down, call me when you have time, Minder God says. Excellent, I'll bring you in now then. How's that? Let's get this show on the road. Hello, how's it going, my friend?
Ranty, what's up, dude?
Hey, it's all good, it's all good. Listen, just going to answer 650 Max, who says, Ranty, is Rice's thesis a scam? I have no idea. That's the honest answer. No idea. So, how's things with you?
Ranty, if Riley does do a thesis, it won't have deflection in it, right? Like Rumpus's thesis? Because Rumpus has a deflection masters, right?
Does anybody know? Can anybody remember the name of that thesis? Because he said it on the show, didn't he? He gave the name of it on the show.
He did, and I don't think he quite understood why we were laughing after he read the title, but it was very appropriate. But what's up, man? What's new?
Well, I'm sunburnt.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Pretty badly sunburnt, actually, because we've had some glorious weather, but I'm doing this outside job because you can only do jobs where there's nobody actually at the house. So there's nobody in this house. It's being rented out, and so there's no tenants in it at the moment, so I can do it. And yeah, it's absolutely baking right now. So of course, no sun cream on like you do.
Yeah.
And yes.
Is Flat Earth your inside job?
Flat Earth the inside job. Oh yes, yeah. You could say it that way. When I'm not, I've got so much on. I literally have so much that I have on that especially in the last week or so. I mean, it's just been crazy. I've been working 20-hour days, so living on 3 or 4 hours of sleep. It's not good.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
This is my first actual time of actually having some time to myself, so I'm making the use of it.
That's why you did the stream a bit early?
Yeah, I feel like, if I stay for 4 hours tonight and finish at 1, I'll get a good 7 hours in then. So that'll do me. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's good, man. Rest is good.
So what's been going on in FE then?
I don't know, man. It's weird. I find every channel is becoming more kind of like a bit of an echo chamber, I would say. It's I went on FTFEs and had a debate and got kicked, in the after show. So I consider it like a compliment when I get booted. So it just depends on, is it the beginning, the middle, or the end nowadays is when I get kicked. And I got blocked from Jose's. So I don't know, man. That's why, dude, you're our last hope, man. Like, if without you, we don't have a voice, Ranty. So glad to have you back, man. Like TMoG's banned. I might start getting banned from my own channel soon. I don't know. So we'll see.
Well, this is a genuinely open chat. You guys can come in here and you can basically talk about anything.
Yeah. If you let Pete and I on, then you're probably gonna let pretty much everything on. Not saying we're special or we're right, but if you let Pete and I talk for even 30 seconds, then there's nothing really beyond that, I would say, conspiracy-wise, but there might be. But
so I'm just going to answer. Where is Riley's thesis again? He says, "Ranty, do you know if he submitted it?" I know that he supposedly submitted a paper. However, I am reliably informed that the student number associated with the image that he put forth, saying that this was him handing in his thesis, was not actually his student ID. So that's as far as I know. So I literally have. That's as far as I know. So can't be any more honest than that. And we are joined by AllyB.
AB.
AllyB.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, man?
Not so bad, Chirag. How you doing, Ranty? Good to have you back. I must echo Chirag's words as well. Don't be away for so long next time.
Well, I've got to keep you guys, got to keep you G'd up,
I'm hitting you with a guilt trip. It's a double guilt trip, mate. So, you've been missed. You've definitely been missed.
So yeah, I mean, well, like I say, I mean, I've not followed too much stuff that's been going on. I did see, because I was in Nathan's earlier. I'd stopped by. I was getting out of the sun, because it was baking. I was sitting in the shade, and I thought, I'll listen to Nathan's for a bit. So I was talking in there to a few people, and it seems like it's just the same old. Nothing's really changing from these other streams. So is that how you feel?
Sorry. Why don't you go, Chirag?
No,
go ahead.
That's it. Literally.
No, that's it. Go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say it's because the ball earthers have run out of arguments. I mean, well, they have, haven't they? You had a good hangout there the other night with Tom and Good Servant.
Mm-hmm.
And that was great. That was great listening, actually.
Yeah. There's a group of us now that probably, Ali, you and Ranty are probably known this for years now, but there's a group of us now that pretty much know that it's true, and so it's awkward. I'm sure Oakley and them have known this for a long time, so it's like it's a little bit weird probably for them because they've heard it all like multiple times over. So I still listen. I mean, I find them entertaining just from an entertainment perspective, but ballers don't go on there anymore, dude. Like, it's crazy.
Ballers don't go on whose?
On Oakley's show as much as, like, how they had Brenda all the time, then they would have, Zanuck, or they would have the usual characters, right? They just, I don't know if they're getting tired of pushing the ball earth or they're giving up, which I doubt, but I don't know what's going on.
Well, the thing is there. Oh, sorry, Ranty, but I just wanted to add to what you were saying. The thing is there. I heard them talking. They all seem to notice, right, that Nathan changed on his 76th or 77th episode, right? And he did. He was sat in the background, blah, 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 and then you can go and listen to them, and you can notice on the 76th. All that was, right, and I'm not giving away any secrets, all that was, he just got pissed off listening to the same crap and thought, to hell with this, I'm going for it. And that's the only reason he started, going hard at it and pushing them. Because if you notice, he used to just sit in the background and, let other people discuss things. But the minute he started, no, this is not going. I'm cutting them off. I'm cutting them off as soon as they start, deflecting or obfuscating or just basically lying, kind of thing. So he made a choice to do that, and I have to admire him that he's stuck at it. He's getting better and better with his logic, I have to say.
Well, I heard that the Globers were boycotting. Now, that was way back during the Isle of Man debates. But I've heard
that was years ago.
That they've carried it on. There's from what I've heard is that there's a Discord group or something where they just watch it in Discord rather than go on the show. So.
right.
So.
In I know they post it in GemPandas when he goes live. They watch him and they talk about him all the time. But as I say, fair play to him. He's going his way about it, and I don't blame him. He's got I don't think they deserve to have any respect at all after the way that, you know, they've been treating a lot of flat earthers, the way that they talk to them. I don't think they deserve it. They're lucky, actually, that, you know, people are still willing to interact with these people, you know. But
yeah, agree.
Yeah,
because we would Ali, we wouldn't accept that in real life anywhere near that, right? Like people saying that kind of stuff, like we would smack them in the face, you know, like get the hell away from me.
Talk like that. This is the thing, see, like people wouldn't talk to you that in real life.
Yeah,
this is
true.
The thing,
right?
You know,
exactly.
A normal conversation is, say I made a statement. The other guy's not going to turn around and say, "Oh, you're talking bollocks," or "You're a retard." They'll ask you questions.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? That's how you enter into a conversation in normal. Oh, that's interesting. How do you that? But on here, it's you retard.
Yeah. And the crazy thing now is we know everything that they're going to tell us, and then we have a lot of reasons to. So it's like literally listening to somebody make fun of us when we know and they know what's actually going on. It's crazy, dude. The psychology in this.
Well, I'm going to repeat again something, right? And there's a thing that I'm going to see. I can't even be bothered pulling Stingray up, right? He knows. He was talking about in his business, right? He knows certain things, right? They hold on to things. Bob even admitted it. Bob, the science guy, he said, "Oh, well, sometimes we hold back things." Now, I'll say this. I've already said it, but I'll say it again with that. Jesse Kozlowski, right? Now, the ramifications of this is we all know when you get a theodolite, you shoot a straight line and you measure a straight line, and then afterwards you put in the equation, and the equation is what the shortened equation is that 2 times the distance squared divided by 3, and it's funny how that's the actual 8 inches per mile squared. And it works out the same. It's 8.0 for the first one. It's 8.001 or something, and that's how what a geodetic surveyor does. They add the curve on afterwards. You can't measure a curve. How do you know something you're measuring that's 5 foot below your, you know, where you're standing or the theodolite's measuring, right? And if there's a hollow. Yeah. How are they going to add the curve to that? It's ridiculous. It measures straight lines.
Ali, you're just not smart enough. You're just not smart enough to get a theodolite and go to a high enough building and measure the horizon. It's your fault. It's your problem. You're the problem. Oh,
I know, man.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna shout out a couple of things from the Globers that they've put. So this is their side as to why they're not coming on. So Conspiracy Cat says, Ranty, it's funny that Quantum Eraser told me on Skype that he told Nathan to act like that for views. So you know,
no, he never at all.
There's no way, dude.
Well, that's the claim. That's the claim.
Yeah, but that's a load of bollocks because I have to stick up because I was going on that channel a lot, and it was a decision Nathan made, and that was the reason why he thought, no, to hell with this, they're not coming on here and spouting their ball earth crap anymore. I'm not going to sit in the background. I'm going, and that's what it was about. These guys are talking, they love talking with a shite, but that's a fact. I was there when it happened. I was on these shows, and I know exactly why that decision was made.
Well, Aaron Armstrong,
nothing to do with my razor. It was his own decision.
Well, Aaron Armstrong for $5 says, this is a super chat, we stopped going there because Oakley and his crew are bullies, especially Quantum Eraser. I mean, you know, they're going after QE on this, essentially. So
I've got to agree. He's too full on. He's too full on kind of thing. You can talk with Nathan. If you know, if you follow his rules, man, you'll get a conversation. And you know, these people, you know, as I said, you know, they keep interrupting him, or they just basically say, "Oh, who says there's now the meme going about is, oh, who said there was a you know, high pressure next to a low pressure system? Who said that? You know, I mean, who said it was a vacuum? Who said this? You know, I mean, you's locked in for the last 4 fucking years, man. Yous have been saying it now. You know, pressure system without a container. Oh no, you don't understand. You know, they've totally changed their stories, man.
Aaron
Yeah, it's
Armstrong
evolving.
says for $2, a bunch of pseudo-Christians. Thanks for the contribution. Much appreciated.
Yeah, who is he saying that to? Us or them? Flatties or ballers? I'm wondering. Aaron's super chat.
Again, I have no idea. But Conspiracy
No, that's
Cats
fine.
says that he has the messages regarding that. So I don't know.
Hey, Ranty, you notice how all their ballers are turning in like an element of comedy, like science and satire with our good friend Fight the Flat Earth. Conspiracy Cats, all of his videos need to have like at least 30 to 60% of comedy to pacify the ballers. He doesn't actually do anything really technical anymore, you know, so that's telling. Like, why are they kind of transitioning to comedy more than real, quote, hardcore science? Which, if you look at the trajectory, this channel and like Life is Short and all the Black Swan and all that are, you know, the flat earthers are gradually increasing their technical literacy on optics and all that. But why are the ballers degenerating into like Saturday Night Live, you know?
Well, one thing I will say is that on this platform, I do want to try and get some serious debates going. So I definitely know that there are some Globers out there that want to get into head-to-heads with people. So tell us your speciality, and I want to get this sorted out. I know Conspiracy Cats, he wants to join, and he wants to talk about gravity. So anyone think they can tackle him on gravity?
Yeah, get him on here. We'll rip him to pieces.
It'd have to be a one-on-one though, with me moderating.
Oh no, I'm not. I can't be bored debate with that. If you keep on now, I'm not into the 101s. I can't really be bothered. But I've not had a bite at him yet. You know, I've had a bite at the rest of them, but I've not had a bite at him or Simon Dan or Jesse Kozlowski. I would love to get if you can get him on yours, I'll come on your channel for him, and I'll do his geodetic. I'll ask him a few questions about the geodesic surveying, because I've studied it quite a bit, and I have used the tools, and I do know the lingo. So when he's talking, so I understand what he'd be telling me about. I could handle him.
AB, you could trap him and then log on to World Golf Tour and then beat him up on that, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it'd just be one after the other. I saw your ranking, dude. I'm scared to play you, man. But we could beat them in whatever they want. They want us to beat them in pool, golf, basketball, whatever. You know, the ballers, man, they have no hope. You know, we have too much swagger now. Care of Ranty and Riley's thesis and all the work, you know, that Sleeping Warrior's done. You know, siphoning money from innocent.
Like, stop.
I'm just messing with you.
Stop poking. You're poking, right?
Aaron Armstrong says it's all of Oakley's crew that are pseudo-Christian. So thanks for donation there, Aaron Armstrong. Much appreciated. And Flat Earth Master says, I'd be happy to come on. My speciality is backyard observations. Fantastic. And yeah, I can see that you're trolling in there, Mind of God, Timmy Osman.
Well, at least Osman, you know what I do like about Tim is that he responded to that video that went viral about the vaccines, and at least he points out this is a problem. You know, that Alan Dershowitz is just saying you have no rights, you're going to get a vaccine no matter what. At least him, the one of all the other, I'm not saying many people are subbed to my channel, but I'm assuming a lot of them are baller trolls. At least he made a statement like this is an issue, you know? Where's Conspiracy Cats? Where's MC Toon, who's the Christian? Where are those people saying, yeah, we have a moral dilemma here, right? Where are those people commenting on that video? So Tim was the only one. So Tim knows that it's flat though. But anyway, that's a different conversation.
Try Thinking says, Sleeping Warrior will be great against Conspiracy Cats. Well, I've got Sleeping Warrior's image up here. This is the image that he handed in. This is his submission, apparently. True to my word, the submission is in, blah, blah. And the student number isn't his student number. So the image that he has on his GoFundMe that he is apparently handing in, it's not his student number, so I'm reliably told. So maybe he can address that first before we bring him in for a debate with Conspiracy Cats. Who knows?
His number is 33-33.
33.33. Right. Yeah, that's the one.
Ranty, do you find it funny, dude? Like, remember back in the day, Warrior would talk about partisan politics all the time, like how it's meant to divide. The irony now is like all of his efforts are to divide, you know, in the last month or so. I just found it funny when he was into all that political stuff back in the day. It was almost prophetic, you know, with what's going on now.
Right.
Anyway, that's the last I'll say about that. So,
Yeah, enough of him. You know what's the point of talking about that guy? Really, let's move on to the better things about how gravity's a load of balls.
Right, tell us about this SpaceX, because like I say, I've been so busy, I've not had time to see anything. What's SpaceX done this week?
I think they launched. Oh, that's right. Did they not do their first? What did they do? Did they stick some pilots up there or something, astronauts or something, or they joined up with the ISS or something?
Right, let's
sent some capsule up or something.
Okay,
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna look it up.
No,
if we
I don't follow.
know...
I'm probably like the same as you guys. I don't really take that stuff seriously anymore. So like, but apparently it was delayed due to weather, and it was supposed to be, I guess, a fairly significant launch. So let's see what it was supposed to do.
Okay, so Aaron Armstrong says, when's McToon and Page happening? Bring it on. Well, to be honest, none of them have contacted me. So, as soon as they contact me, and I'll get something sorted. Don't worry. I will definitely get something sorted. So, anyway, SpaceX says, standing down from launch today due to unfavourable weather in the flight plan. So, it seems that they've got a flight plan, some kind of flight. Our next launch is Saturday, May the 30th. So, a couple of days' time. Not too sure what they're doing. Not too sure. If anyone wants to jump on and tell us what they're doing.
Well, Ranty, there was light rainfall, right? So all that technology can't handle it. So they had to chill out, There's light rain, So.
The flames go out. It put the flames out.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't work with the CGI.
Exactly. Right. That's absurd, man. Come on. How can they tell us this with a straight face, dude? That's incredible. Incredible.
I think the thing that he got away. I mean that car in space, man. What was that about? I mean, really. Never mind about the tires busting and all that kind of stuff. Actually, that you can actually explain why that doesn't happen, and the paint doesn't peel and stuff like that.
Right.
You can explain that because it's radiative heat. Not radiative. No, it can't be radiative, or conductive. It's a different kind of heat, shall we say?
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean, rather than a flame.
It contains it, kind of thing. Like
like how you would put paint on. When you're spraying a car and paint, you put it in a spray booth, and you have it at a certain temperature to warm up the metal so the metal dry. But as I say, that's a different kind of heat.
Well, well, hang on. We're joined.
I could be totally wrong. I mean, I could totally, as I say, I've got to accept I could be totally wrong about, these things, satellites being up there. But at the moment, I do think they are up there. But that car he was taking the piss, wasn't he?
Well, we're joined. Hang on, wait 1 sec, guys. So the first show that I ever did on this show for for presentations and stuff was about the moon landings. So GemPanda's joined us. He's in the channel. He's in the chat right now. So maybe you could tell us what's happening with SpaceX. Good evening, GemPanda.
Can you hear me okay? I've just had to reinstall everything. So is it working all right?
Working fine.
Yeah, we can unfortunately hear you. Yes. Welcome.
Good. So yesterday, the launch was the first manned launch from the United States for, I think, 11 years or something like that. So since the shuttle. And since then, America has always had to send its astronauts to Russia and launch them from there using Russian Soyuz. But this one was, so that's why this one was important, because it's America's return to manned spaceflight.
Space is coming.
However, it was delayed until Saturday, which is odd, really, isn't it? If they were faking it, you would think a fake launch they could do in any weather.
Well, that's what I say about the satellites, Jim, where I've got to agree with you. That's what I say. If you actually look into the technology and all this kind of stuff, how you've got to book an orbit, you've got to choose your orbit. You can't just fling it up there. You have to book an orbit. There's laws about it.
Right.
You get fined if you don't stick to your orbit, or you buy an orbit and don't put anything in it. America keeps getting fined for that. But as I say, I'm thinking, right, look, why would they make it so, who are they explaining it to? 99% of the population don't give two flying tosses about satellites. So that was sort of what convinced me. Why do they make it?
Hang on a second.
Why do they make it so complicated? you know, specific and, you know, these things getting built, you know, it just, that's why I have to I go with it. They are real, because there's so many rules, laws, you know, the technical details of all that kind of, the systems and all that, you know, and people hate them. But as I say, I have to accept that they actually exist.
Well, what are they doing? What are they doing? So, you know, obviously, Ali, you're a flat earther here. So, what are they doing with these rockets?
Well, they're sending up. They're putting them up there and try to test. They're trying to get to the moon. But the thing is, they keep mentioning about money and all that kind of thing. No, the problem they've got is that the astronauts up in the ISS, they're getting radiated to hell. You know, their bones are going brittle. You know, you just need to check out. They're getting, you know, they've developed drugs actually due to the what was happening to the astronauts, with their bones were calcifying and stuff like that.
Hold on. Sorry, 1 second, guys. It would appear Emma UK says he's just watched Sleeping Warrior log in with the actual student number, and Try Thinking says that is Tony's student number. Why did you say it wasn't? I said I had it on good authority that it wasn't. So I'll take that back. If that is the case, I'll hold my hands up and I will apologise and say that he actually handed in his correct student number. So if that is the case, Emma UK and Try Thinking, and to even Sleeping Warrior, I will apologise right here, right now, for making that assertion. If that's the case,
if they actually saw that though. I wonder.
Well, I'm apologising just in case.
Fair enough.
All super chats go to Mind to God. I'm gonna hold it in a trust from this point forward. And so trust me, they'll be used on green fees, Ali and I golfing, wherever we want to play. That's, you know, so it'll be to a good cause. So there's no more legal stuff, right?
Hang on, but don't I have to agree to the trust?
I mean, we'll talk about that offline, Ranty. Yeah.
Right, okay.
I'll forge your
Apparently
signature.
not, Ranty. Whether you intended to or not, you can intend to set up a trust.
Oh, is that right?
According to Riley.
Oh, there you go. That's it. Yeah, I was just going to mention that.
You can intend to do it even if you don't intend to.
I see. Okay.
That's the hardest thing in law. Well, apart from beliefs telling you can't believe this, but is to prove your intent, which is kind of, you need to be a mind reader to prove someone's intent, right? Unless they said it or they wrote it down. A video says, "I, my intent is." So you can't really. It's like, as I say in law, it's one of the hardest things to prove is intent. You know, because you're basically saying you can read the person's mind. You know.
Yeah, they've had to make a lot of different laws now about that, Ali, with CEOs, like, because they had to say, like, did you know this? You know, like, were you aware of these things? So they've had to, like, codify a lot of that stuff now.
Well,
right.
Usually though, with a trust, usually the intent is written down. It's unusual for trusts to exist without a written agreement. They can do, but usually it's a written agreement.
Hey, listen, guys, I've got something for you. So, just bear with me. So, obviously, Sleeping Warrior's watching this stream because he's obviously logged into Show Emma UK and Try Thinking his student number, apparently.
Hello, Anthony.
Okay, so, yeah, so he's watching the stream, he's listening. Now, I did put a community post out yesterday, and I could be wrong on that too, but I did put a community post out. Maybe if Sleeping Warrior was to swear on the Bible or something like that he had no part at all in his subgrowth or likes on his videos, and he has no idea how that could actually happen. Maybe if he swore on the Bible and did a video about it,
he's not a Christian,
I'd believe him.
Yeah, I don't think he is. That's like him swearing on a table. Same thing.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, if it was me personally, I mean, I'd swear on the Bible. I had nothing to do with it. I heard him say in his chat today, well, he put a comment out today saying that you've got to thank Ranty for this, and his
Are you
subs.
a Christian, Ranty?
I'm not a Christian per se, although I do have, I'm not religious, but I do believe there's a creator, and I've read the Bible probably more than you guys.
Do you believe Jesus came back from the dead? Is the question.
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah.
What would you define as Christian? Sorry, what would you define as a Christian then, Ranty?
Well, it's that I was brought up religious for half of my life. I was very, very religious, and was reading the Bible every single day. So I've kind of come to the conclusion that what I was doing, it wasn't good for me because it was so full on all the time. So it was just one of them that, if I lead my life in a good way and I'm good with other people, I'm honest, truthful, look after other people, don't do anything really bad, God can judge me, or the creator can judge me at the end, and he's not going to look at me and say, well, did you pray to me every single night? Did you worship me? And all that. And I'll be like, well, no, but I led a very good life, and I did this and I did that.
Did you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
Exactly, that's the point.
Well,
that's not what
salvation lies.
It's not. That's not what defines a Christian. You guys are completely lost. You're just citing things that
What's
are
needed
not
for
true.
salvation then?
Do you know salvation is an event that's supposed to happen on Earth?
But what is required for a human to attain it? I would say accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord.
No, that's not true. Salvation is an event that is for a particular group of people in the end times.
44,000, are you? You're one of them.
You have to be. That's what the Bible says.
I thought, wait a minute. Can I
you're all right. Don't worry about it then, Ranty, because you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like TMoG.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
only 144,000 of the 7 billion of us have been selected, and apparently he's gone for TMoG for some reason. So you and I are out of it, mate. We've got no chance, and no point really believing in a God or striving for salvation or even thinking about leading a good life.
But Gem, you love it here. Why would you want to be taken away?
Context, anyway, only because it pleases you to do it.
But you love it here, so you don't need to be saved or rescued, right? You're good here. Drinking the government Kool-Aid.
I don't believe that there is a God that can save me in the way that you believe. I think that's
the government is the only option for you, right?
I don't believe that's true. Well, I don't believe the government is going to offer me salvation either.
Okay.
Why would you say that? Why would you even make that?
Well, let's have you seen this Alan Dershowitz video? If we're required, all of us, to be vaccinated,
I've definitely not seen this video.
Okay, but I'll put it out there that Alan Dershowitz, this famous attorney, has said that we basically don't have any constitutional rights in this particular corona instance to refuse a vaccination. Would you stand on the side of people who disagree with that, or would you?
The only people I've heard even mention mandatory vaccinations are conspirators. Nobody.
No, it's Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz has said
in our country. I can't speak for America, but in our country, there's never been mandatory vaccinations for anything, and the
but heavily incentivized, right?
The probability
that time we live in.
The probability that there would be is, I think, is extremely unlikely.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. Just as a thought experiment, I agree. You can,
because it's unachievable anyway.
It's not zero for sure. I hope you're following what's going on in the world. There's no way there's a 0% chance that it will be forced. I hope you're not that crazy.
Just don't think it's worth considering because nobody's talking about it apart from you guys.
Alan Dershowitz, there's a viral video on YouTube right now of a full-blown interview of him.
You're all terrified of it. I'm not, because there's nobody who's got any political sway who's talking about it.
Again,
why would they bother? What's the point?
I hope you understand what's going on in the world, dude. They're forcing people to wear masks like buffoons right now, dude.
Oh, some shops.
No.
I can't go to Chipotle and get Chipotle unless I wear a mask like a moron.
Go ahead,
clown.
Sorry, it's good to see you.
Does that impinge on your rights, Bob?
Well, I just don't eat Chipotle. Not really.
Exactly.
Right. What I see is YouTube.
I demand the ability to eat Chipotle.
Flat earthers going out to try and find shops who will ask them to wear a mask. I mean, it's ridiculous. I saw
a video. The chick. You've seen the chick go, "Oh, I've got a medical condition and I can't tell you what I want from in the store because it's private."
Right, Shelley Lewis. That was. Yeah.
I have no idea who it was, but that was bullshit.
Right, and Flat Earth Fokker driving, I don't know how many miles to some obscure Oriental food store where when he got in there, he didn't even know what he wanted to buy. So he got a loaf of bread. I mean,
why are you guys so opposed to the thought experiment of the forced vaccination? Like, why does your, one second, let me finish my question. Why does your brain resist even entertaining that as a possible outcome of this satanic government that is ruling the world?
Well,
right
because
now?
I don't bother with the entertaining as a thought experiment the confused nonsense that comes out of the minds of conspirators. It's just make believe.
It's from Alan Dershowitz, by the way. It's not.
So this is AllyB, right? AllyB, you're a flat earther?
I've never even
Glenn,
heard of
Alan
Dershowitz. Who the hell's Alan Dershowitz anyway?
That's the mind of God. No, I'm AllyB.
Famous attorney.
And pedophile.
So what? a famous. How many famous attorneys are there?
But he's a ball earther.
Famous.
He's not a conspiracy guy. He's on your side.
He got a massage at Epstein's place.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude. If you look at his week's page,
what's his name again?
That's
hardly a subject to joke about, right?
They probably took his picture right after that.
I'm not joking.
Dershowitz. Okay, I found him.
Yeah, he got a massage at Epstein's place.
But I don't want you to think that it's conspiracy theorists. This is him being interviewed, in the mainstream. It's public. It's out there.
Oh, all right. Paranoid. What exactly did he say?
Like word for word?
Yes.
I mean, Ranty, can we play the video?
Of who?
Alan. Douchebag. Dershowitz.
I guess
all right,
so.
I'll have a listen. I can have a listen if you.
I guess so, right? So let me find it.
You've heard the video, man. Jam, what? Come on.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it.
Did you just wake up? You were born earlier today.
Look, I don't live in conspiratard land like you do.
It's not a conspiracy, dude.
Roohif, this talking about this video. Let's ask the chat.
Dershowitz.
In the chat, how many people have seen the Alan Dershowitz vaccinations are going to be mandatory video?
Type 33 if you've seen it.
No,
yeah, go ahead.
I haven't.
I'll do.
Alan Dershowitz vaccines.
Go to TMoG's channel and put another view on it, Ranty, so I'm more viral.
Right, so there's you.
Oh, it's on yours, right? Okay.
If you want. So I can get famous and rich and retire from flat Earth.
Oh, I've seen your one. Right.
So of 128 people, nobody has seen it.
No, your polls don't have any sway in this chat. That's the reason.
Oh no, one more.
John Dennis, there you go.
You don't watch the talk to you.
Yeah, exactly.
2 more. 3. They're just lying now to help
60,000 people have seen it on my little tiny corner of YouTube. Corner of YouTube.
Okay,
Did you go viral?
Here we go. Right, listen in. Hold on.
60,000. Sorry. Go.
Right, here we go. Listen in. Here we go.
Clearly, you have no constitutional right to endanger the public and spread a disease, even if you disagree. You have no right not to be vaccinated. You have no right not to wear a mask. You have no right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you? No right not to be vaccinated, meaning if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. And if you refuse to be vaccinated, the state has the power to literally take you to a doctor's office and plunge a needle into your arm. If the vaccination
Where is that in the Constitution?
If the vaccination is designed to prevent the spreading disease. If the vaccination is only to prevent a disease that you will get, for example, if there's a disease that will kill you, you have the right to refuse that, but you have no right to refuse to be vaccinated against a contagious disease. Public health, the police power of the Constitution, gives the state the power to compel that, and there are cases in the United States Supreme Court.
Well, really?
Okay. So let's open up the panel to the ball earthers.
Right, well, that isn't somebody talking about mandatory vaccinations, is it?
Which is really?
I think it is.
Really? I don't think it is. I don't think it is because a mandatory vaccination is where the government says everybody's got to have this vaccination. That isn't what this guy is talking about. He's talking about specific circumstances where they might force someone to have a vaccination. Now, I don't think that's true anyway, because at the moment there is no vaccination. So how can legislation exist that says somebody has to have this when the thing itself doesn't exist in the first place? And
well, no, they're talking about a second wave.
The third point I would make is this is of no concern to me because this is US state law. This is what can happen, as he said, in some states. It's of no concern to me whatsoever.
Don't you care about us
said
here in
Supreme
America?
Court, though, right?
What did we do to you?
Your political battles are for you, and I don't think this is one. I think this is just some old bloke being a bit alarmist.
Wouldn't that break your heart, though?
He's a pretty bad lawyer, by the way.
But wouldn't that break your heart to see MoG force vaccinated? Wouldn't that kill you, Gem? Like, wouldn't that really hurt your heart?
Well, I would. It would break my heart that the opportunity to forcefully vaccinate you would be.
There's a message in the chat from GPS.
Would be wasted on just giving you a COVID vaccine and not something that had a more.
He's talking about a 1905 Supreme Court case.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, so he says, GPS says, he's talking about a 1905 US Supreme Court case that says the US government can do that. So I think if there's a case that goes through the Supreme Court and it gets passed and put into some kind of legislation, they can drag that back up. So it's like us with the Magna Carta, here in the UK. I mean, you can go back hundreds and hundreds of years and pull stuff up out of that would be relevant still today,
The thing is with this mandatory vaccination, it's going to come, whether people like it or not. They're talking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pointless.
No, but honestly, Jem, in Britain, you lot are going to get knackered, man. And I do actually, even for you, Jem, I feel empathy.
Why would you?
Feel
why
sorry.
Well,
let me finish. I feel sorry for the people. What's happening in Britain, because I was born. Well, I was born in Scotland. I care more about Scotland, but in the end, it's Britain as well. And the thing is, what's going to happen to these poor people there? Even you, Jem. Seriously, you're going to be forced if you want to travel or go into a restaurant or have something to eat. You'll have to have. Yep, you will. It's a fact. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, how is it a fact? In what way is this a fact?
Well, it's a fact
not just you spewing crap. What do you have apart from just your words to support this quote fact?
Well, listening to how the politicians are talking, all the government doctors are talking, how the World Health Organization's talking, how every leader of every country in Europe is talking, the new laws. I'm all over Europe at the moment.
Okay, and which people relevant to British law have talked about mandatory vaccinations?
Oh, your head doctors. Hey, wait a minute. I said it was coming. They'll be coming, whether you like it or not.
You said it was a fact that it was coming.
It is a fact.
The basis for the fact. So So you must have something more than your word and a few nebulous generalizations about the World Health Organization. You should be able to name a British politician or something in power here.
I don't really care. And I will feel sorry for you when it hits you.
Just say it's my opinion that I think this will happen in the future.
It's not right.
Don't pretend that it's a fact, because it's not.
Gem, chill out, Gem. This is our turf, man. Relax.
I know it's a fact because I listen to what the politicians say. I listen to what the United Nations say. I listen to what Bill Gates says.
All right, so a fact to you is something that you imagine might possibly happen in the future. All right, as long as we all know what you mean by the word fact.
See, the thing is, Jem,
something you imagine.
You go ballistic with other people when they interrupt you, and that's all you're doing right now is just interrupting me. You won't even let
you're rapping on and you're not saying anything, are you? I asked you for something to back up this fact, and all you're doing is repeating that it's a fact.
Go and listen to what the politicians are saying. All the leaders of all the European countries, tell them what the new laws that shops will be put under, that they will have to insist on evidence that you have been fucking vaccinated. End of story, my friend. Revel in it. Call me an idiot. Call me what you want to call me. That's what's happening, and I can guarantee it, 100%. No arguments about it.
Panda, how about this? What do you think the solution will be? Do you think it'll just kind of go away? They'll sweep this COVID under the rug? It's speculation, so it's not fact. Well, what do you think will happen?
Who's that?
It may just go away.
It looks like he's just dropped. Hang on.
Oh, okay. I mean, it may go away. We don't know.
Yes, sure.
Ranty, in the chat, how do you click on people's names now and go to their profile?
You can't.
Did they just remove that?
Yeah.
I think you can download a plugin for Chrome. If you're on Chrome, I heard someone say you can download a plugin that will reinstate that.
Yeah, that's right. So if you go to the Chrome and you search, if you're using Chrome as a browser and you go to channel, so it's go to channel, download that and it should show you
as a Chrome thing.
Yeah, so you can then click the person's name. It will highlight it in a different color, and you can click the name and it takes you to the channel. So it's sort of like a bypass that YouTube don't have.
It's like digital distancing, Roohif. It's YouTube invoking what I call digital distancing, and we're invoking spiritual distancing, staying away from you atheists. Big Bang.
Apparently, I'm 3 weeks behind, according to you. I think that's the last time I was on a live stream, I think.
Can we do a mic check? Can we do a mic check with Cleary? Cleary's joined us, I think, for the first time. Do you want to say hello, Cleary? Hey.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through good.
Okay, cool.
Glad to have you here.
Yeah, man, I got this crappy headset, but anyway, I'm here.
Yeah, your microphone is a bit shit, I gotta say.
Isn't it? All I got, though.
Yeah.
Maybe I can pipe in a little bit.
So why are you a flat earther, Cleary?
Because the Earth's flat.
Okay. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
It's not that I think it's flat. It's just, I used to balance tires, and you can't balance anything that's spinning without a vibration. You never get movement without vibration of some sort. And I never feel any vibration with the spinning Earth.
So you're in the same basket as TMoG. I keep asking TMoG why he thinks the Earth isn't spinning and whether he thinks he should feel it if it was spinning.
Why do you
think he should feel it?
On the other side of the coin, though, why do you think we aren't feeling it? If you weren't told...
Because it's too small, yeah.
What? If somebody said to you were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour right now, would you say you're insane?
No.
No.
I would do a calculation of centrifugal force and realise that it's a tiny proportion of the force of gravity.
What's the threshold that we could feel it? We haven't got an answer to this.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure 0.3% is ridiculously small,
but
right?
You should, once you do know, then you could come to us and present something real. Right now, they're both opinions, right?
Yeah, I think it's absurd to think that you can measure with your hand a 200-gram weight at the equator and then go and measure at the poles.
Well, wait. Your friend GemPanda jumped down AllyB's throat for not making quote-unquote facts. Just to test your intellectual honesty.
Because AllyB specifically claimed
one sec, let me finish this. You did not tell us what the threshold is that we would feel it. So your stance is an opinion as of right now, correct, Glenn?
Sure. Do you think you could measure with your hand 0.6 of a gram for a 200-gram weight?
Are you talking about masses weighing different amounts in different parts of ball Earth?
Correct.
Or are we talking about the sensitivity of our body to experience rotation of the Earth?
Well, both.
Okay, so link those two. I don't understand. Why are you linking? How do you jump from one to the other?
Weight, a 200-gram weight will weigh 0.6 of a gram different.
But gravity exists without spin, right? I've actually wondered this question for a while. Does gravity work without the Earth moving? Could you guys have a circular spherical Earth without it moving? It would still attract the core, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't understand why you're putting those two together.
Does gravity neutralize centripetal force? I mean, centripetal throwing you off.
Say that again.
I said centripetal force is throwing you off of the ball. Do you think gravity?
I said centrifugal is throwing you off. Centripetal is basically gravity.
No, that's not the way I learned it. I guess they changed it.
Maybe I learned it wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Not the way I understood it.
Okay, centripetal is the force towards the center, and centrifugal is the force towards the outside.
Like when you're on a merry-go-round and somebody's spinning you real hard, what force is pulling you to the center? I don't
Centripetal.
Yeah. Nothing's pulling you to the middle. You're getting thrown.
Yeah,
off.
you're holding on. You're holding on with a force.
You are, yeah, but the
yes,
merry-go-round
you are
is
balancing the centrifugal force. The centrifugal force is pushing you to the outside. You are balancing that centrifugal force by holding on to the roundabout. That's your centripetal force.
Clearly, their position. If you're talking about a person holding like a rope or something, their position is literally the Earth is creating this fictitious connection to the Earth. So that's how they apply these concepts to their model.
Like like when a huge jet flies over your head, you can feel the gravity pulling it down.
It's that. Yeah, they believe that. They believe.
Yeah.
That. So they can apply those kind of ideas if you have a rope with a ball on the end. Centrifugal goes outwards and then centripetal towards. They're using all those ideas, but they believe gravity does that in a non-physical way. Correct, Glenn?
Well, what do you mean non-physical?
Well, the center of the Earth is not physically connected necessarily to the objects that it's attracting towards the center, right? It still works even if you're not physically connected to the Earth.
Yeah,
this
like
force of gravity.
planes. So planes experience gravity. It's not touching the Earth.
How do they experience it?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you're talking about like,
how do
negative to like Einstein and Newton.
How do planes experience it?
It must be a medium.
They experience it. They experience a force towards the ground. Whether it's an actual force, I do not give a shit.
What's their experience
like?
There's
not a pressure on the plane applied by gravity, right? It's not like that.
Pressure?
Right? Yeah, like there's even like a drone hovering. Yeah, so that you do believe that it is actually exerting a certain amount of pressure on the surface of the plane. So
it causes an acceleration. Do you deny that it causes an acceleration towards the ground?
That's the output, but so is it pushing it or pulling it forward?
We're on common ground, right?
Okay, so is it pushing it from the top or pulling it from the bottom? Where can we measure this pressure that it's exerting on the plane, on the body of the plane, on the top or the bottom?
Well, both. You're talking about pressure now, right?
Yeah, because that's what real forces do.
If the plane was not generating lift, it would fall. Do you agree with that?
The plane was not generating lift. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we all agree that gravity, whatever it is, Einsteinian, Newtonian, whatever, causes an acceleration towards the ground.
But Ranty's asking, how does it experience it? That's the $1 million question, man.
I don't even know what you mean by how does it experience it.
On the bottom, does it experience it around its entire body?
You said pressure. Pressure.
Yeah. A force acting on the surface is pressure, right?
Yeah.
But
okay. But when you talk purely about pressure, it's all on the plane.
That force is gravity, right? The force being applied to the plane per surface area is gravity, and then the P is force over area. So I'm just abstracting one level out towards and talking about pressure. Okay, and I'm asking,
I don't know what you mean by how does it experience it? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
and we're getting away as usual. As usual, we're getting away from the topic, which is Earth spin.
Well, no, you brought up different weights in different parts of the world and went away from the Earth spin, which I don't know why you did that. But okay, we can go back to spin. You don't know the threshold that we would experience it, so yours is an opinion just like ours. I have the opinion that I would feel.
What's your opinion? Do you think you can measure with your hand the difference between a 200-gram weight and a 200.6 gram weight? Do you think you can measure that? What's your opinion?
That has nothing to do with what. Now you want to go back.
It has absolutely everything to do with it.
We were talking about spin, and then now you're bringing it back to weights in different parts of ball Earth. I'm confused, man.
Yeah.
So which one do you want to talk about?
But
they're related.
Would you agree that there are some things in reality that we can't sense?
I can't sense your honesty on the ball Earth side.
Nice. So, for instance, radio waves. We're surrounded by them, but we can't sense them.
Our body can. There's been studies on effects of too much.
Hey, GemPanda.
Well, I can't sense radio waves.
I agree with you in that sense. I know what you're talking about. Yes, instantaneous. No, I can't.
So my point is that there are limitations to what we can sense, and
correct.
I would say this is one of them.
Correct.
Hey, GemPanda, can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, what is the distance to the horizon that the sun sets behind? How far away is that?
Depends what your elevation is.
Okay, I'm not even 6 feet tall. I'm standing at sea level. How far away is that?
Well, if you're
horizon?
at 6 feet, it's going to be roughly 3 miles.
So you're telling me the sun sets 3 miles right in front of my feet at the beach?
No, that wasn't
No.
the question. For fuck's
That
sake.
was it.
That's where the horizon is that obstructs the sun setting.
So when I'm looking out at the sunset and it looks like it's going behind something that's 3 miles away from me?
That horizon, yes.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
If you're about 6 feet, roughly.
And
it'll be
assuming
reflected.
standard refraction and you know the usual caveats.
Yeah. You live on a flat Earth, man. That's just,
Okay. Why do you think we live on a flat Earth?
Yeah. Why can't we see far enough? If that's true,
you're seeing way too far. You're not seeing
I say we're not seeing far enough. I should be able to see miles. There should be days when, for instance, right? Sometimes flat earthers produce the Canigou photograph, which is
how good's Canigou? My favorite.
Right, 275 miles. So we know it's possible to see that far at least sometimes. So why can't you guys show me that, down closer to sea level somewhere? And
have you seen
where I can where I can see the bottom of something? Because in the Canigou shot, 11,000 feet of Canigou is obstructed by the Mediterranean Sea, and I can only see the top.
Have you seen
1,100 feet or whatever?
Have you seen the Joshua Nowicki sunset across Lake Michigan in Chicago, 50 miles away?
I don't know that I've seen a sunset from Joshua Nowicki.
I put it up the other day. I know you watched it, and it's on my website, flatrealm.com. Looking 50 miles across the Lake Michigan, you can see the sunset.
But
Is
that's
that what the horizon is?
Well, that's possible. I'd have to see the video because I don't remember watching that. I watched your stars one. I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah, it's on there somewhere. But anyway, it's on my website, flatrealm.com. It's a Flat Earth channel directory.
Okay, let me have a look. There was some refraction when Joshua Nowicki was shooting his, and that, of course, is well known, right?
Oh,
there's always
see,
refraction. It's just the level. There's always refraction. It's just the level that is disputed.
Yeah, and that level can be extreme when you're close to the surface. So get above the surface.
Right.
You should go to Joshua Nowicki's channel, man, and he's got stuff on Facebook too. It's incredible. The refraction across the lake on a time lapse.
Right, but
that's amazing.
Where we get refraction. If you get down close to the water, over water is where you're likely to get a big temperature differential between the Earth's surface, in this case the water, and the air above it, because
water vapor.
Because they change temperature at different rates. So when they're heated up by the sun or cooled down by the lack of it, the rate at which they change temperature is different, and that creates a differential in the temperature directly above the water and progressively further up from it. And so
due to evaporation.
So if you get yourself away from that, all that crap down at the bottom, then you'll get a more accurate view of reality, if you like, rather than one that's distorted by atmospheric refraction. But you guys at the moment are insistent upon doing all these very, very low level observations, which obviously are designed to maximize refraction.
Yeah, just like Virgin Atlantic, where they've got the Hubble up there on the airplane there above the water vapor, at about 40,000 feet.
Hubble?
Yeah.
The Hubble or just a Hubble?
Yeah, you ever heard of Virgin Galactic?
I can't remember.
I've heard of Virgin Galactic. I've heard of the Hubble telescope, which is not on a Virgin Galactic plane.
Right. There is a telescope similar to Hubble in some regard that is mounted on an aircraft called, is it called? I can't remember what it's called, but
Virgin Galactic.
I don't think it's a Virgin. No, Virgin Galactic's that's their suborbital spacecraft.
Yeah, don't trust me. Google it. But anyway, refraction is caused from evaporation off the water. And a lot of times when you're out there in the sun and you're getting a lot of light, visible light, you're getting a lot of refraction from the increased evaporation off the water. Everybody sees the same.
The main factor in refraction is the pressure, and then the temperature, and then the humidity.
In your model or in real life?
Empirically, yes.
You you talk about these things like you've got some way of testing the pressure and the temperature
barometer
throughout your observation area. It's it's impossible.
Yeah, he's asking, how did you confirm that, Roohif?
How do I confirm that pressure is the biggest influence?
Yeah, let's say you make that statement, or it's understood in some theoretical sense. But do you see what he's asking? How did you then go measure that during an observation and confirm that?
Oh, you can measure are you doubting you can measure the pressure of the air, or what's the problem?
No, I'm doubting that you guys have ever done it.
You travel 20 miles.
I get above the surface, and then I can approach the 7/6R.
Oh god.
When the temperature lapse rate approaches 6.5 degrees per kilometer, the standard refraction is a good approximation.
7/6R is a term, just like on Jose's channel. If you say COVID, you get blocked. So if you say 7/6 here, you get blocked. That's what Ranty.
Okay, so a delta in the refractive index of 22 per kilometer.
I'm helping you. Don't say 7/6R. That's nonsense.
Whatever.
How can something so time varying and statistical be summarized by an absurd average of 7/6R? Really?
Because as you get away from the surface, the air mixes more freely and it's more stable.
That's fine, but
why do you think you live on a ball? Because your daddy told you live on a ball? Have you ever seen curb anywhere? I'd say yes.
Canigoo. Let's go to Canigoo. Canigoo's a great shot.
No, you tortured us with that already, man. No, please stop. You did that already.
Oh, you can see the horizon dropping in it. We can see very clear obstruction. It's a great piece of evidence.
I'd rather hear George in front of a whiteboard for 4 hours than
just a point of order. The telescope mounted on a 747 is called Sophia, the Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, and it's owned by NASA and the German Aerospace Center. It's got nothing to do with Virgin Galactic, which is a suborbital passenger spacecraft.
Hey, I know you mentioned Canigoo.
Why did they have that when they have satellite? Sorry, Ranty.
I was just going to say you mentioned Canigoo just then, but I mean, what about sinking, guys? Why are you ignoring that?
Because the standard direction of refraction is down.
Sinking.
Standard density gradient.
Sinking.
I know it's sinking, yeah. But the standard refraction is downwards, which raises things up. It looms them up.
You also know that light will bend down.
It can, generally only close to the surface.
Over a plane.
Generally only close to a warm surface.
Over a plane.
You can't say it, dude. It's against everything.
Over either surface.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. That's it. That's fine.
Yeah, but standard, the normal typical density gradient bends light down and looms things up.
Roohif, if you keep lying, we're gonna get Pete on here and he's gonna rip you in half.
I will leave if PeteS joins.
I'm serious.
Don't do that.
So
I will leave if PeteS joins. So that's the way to get rid of me.
Cleary, you had something to say then. Sorry, I did interrupt you. I apologize.
It's like saying standard chaos, standard refraction. How standard? There is no standard. I mean,
there is a standard lapse rate. There is.
No, there's a standard refraction in an atmosphere that is a varying distance, time varying, statistical. What? What are you talking about, dude?
It's just a number that we use, isn't it, to make calculations.
It approaches.
It's just
when conditions are typical, the amount of refraction you see will approach 7/6R, because the standard lapse rate is 6.5 degrees per kilometer.
So it's just a number, but it's not reality then.
6.5 degrees is typical conditions. It can vary, but 6.5 degrees is a good typical lapse rate.
No, but when I say it's just a number, I mean it's a number within a range that we choose to make calculations from.
6.5 degrees is from the standard atmosphere.
So that we're all working from the same hymn sheet. Makes sense.
Jeez. So, like, my girlfriend's 10 out of 10, but when you see her, she's a 0. But, you know, that is just a number, right? Come on, man. Really?
Okay, when you're up in a plane, mind of God, and you look at the little screen that says, you know, what's it like outside, and it goes like minus 60 degrees. Or minus 50, actually.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree that that's pretty standard for up at, like, 10 Ks, 35,000 feet or so?
Sorry, relative to the horizon? What's that angle that you...
No. Sorry, 50 degrees, minus 50 degrees Celsius.
Oh,
outside.
temperature. Sorry.
Yeah. Temperature.
I wouldn't even know. Do they report that on the plane when you're up there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I stare at for.
I'll accept that because I don't have a reference. Sure, that's
okay.
fine.
So it's cold up there. It's like minus 50 degrees. People freeze. Like people that like stow away on planes in like the wheel well and shit freeze to death.
Right.
Right. So it's roughly minus 50 degrees, 10 k's up. A good average temperature worldwide for the surface is about 15 degrees. Do you agree that's roughly, reasonable?
But that's phenomena that
average?
you can measure.
Yeah, temperature, right?
Yeah,
I just understand where you're leading us.
What you're
getting there.
We're talking
agree
about
that 15 degrees.
We're talking about light being bent around a curve here.
Yes.
Which is also a phenomena that can be measured.
Oh, come on.
He's starting off,
agree
he's
that-
warming us up, dude. He's starting in the outer atmosphere, and then he's going to start, getting... Okay, narrow it down, Glenn. We're good,
Do
man.
you agree
warmed us
that
up.
15 degrees at the surface is roughly a good average?
That's a
worldwide?
problem if you believe that that's uniform across an observation.
Of
Do you
course
take
I
that
don't believe it's uniform. I'm asking you worldwide, what do you think a rough, decent average is for the temperature at the surface?
Roohif, I'm not as well traveled as you. I don't stick a thermometer
come on.
near the
Do
ocean.
you disagree that 15 degrees is in the ballpark?
I'll accept it for
15
the sake
degrees,
of
all
this
right. So
discussion.
we're minus 50 at 10 kilometers up, and we're 15 degrees on the surface. What is the lapse rate?
I've never actually heard the term lapse rate, just to be totally honest.
Change in temperature per meter or kilometer, per kilometer.
Oh,
So how much does the temperature
Well,
change
to be
per
honest,
kilometer?
there's obviously a calculation for it. So
yeah, well,
you
no,
know,
you take the
it's
difference of the
65 divided by
temperature
10.
over the distance,
That's
over
it.
the distance, right? So you're saying that that's negligible over the
What's
course
negligible?
of an observation?
or is it measurable?
That's your position?
No, I think he's trying to say that it's measurable or calculable.
I'm trying to explain that the lapse rate of 6.5 degrees per kilometer is reasonable because when you're up at 35,000 feet, the temperature outside is about minus 50.
There's no way it would be linear, though, man. You're assuming that it's linear across
It's not
that?
perfectly linear, no, but it's a good approximation. It's
How do you
definitely
know that?
not linear close to the surface.
People keep telling us the strength of the sun is inversely r squared. I'm sure it's nonlinear, even more closer to the sun. Professor Bell tried to sell me on that with Fight the Flat Earth moderating. I didn't buy that. How do you know that? How
So
do
you
know
think
that
it gets warmer as we go higher? Is that what?
No, I'm talking about getting closer to the sun, just using another example. There's
Okay.
no way it maintains it 1 over r squared strength. How
How
can
do
you
they
even determine that?
How do they
I'm
measure
measuring
the?
They measure the temperature on the way up. Like weather balloons? Like what are you talking about?
No, but when you're really, really close to the sun, it's gonna be a very, very non-linear and possibly not even measurable. How does one?
But the atmosphere doesn't really get warmed by the sun, really.
That's in your screwed up fantasy idea. So if you want to suggest that, you need to support it with something, Mo.
Glenn, he's talking to you.
And I'm talking to you, TMoG. Because
I'm trying to set
we
you
don't
guys
think
against
a weather balloon gets close to the sun. You do.
No, you guys
weather,
take the
weather
position
balloons
1
can
over
measure
r
the
squared.
temperature on the way up.
You guys take the position 1 over r squared holds at the surface and also right
Yeah.
close to the sun, which to me is a major assumption.
We're not
Let's-
talking about
let's-
a close sun.
Sure, that's
We're
fine.
talking
Yeah,
about
that's
the
fine. But-
temperature change, right?
Your understanding of lapse rate is that it's linear. Your position then is it's a good estimate. Is that your
Yeah, it's
point?
roughly linear. It's roughly linear. Depends on how
Let's-
what happens close to the surface.
But
it's
let's say
roughly
you
linear
apply
for about
that.
10
Let's say
Ks.
you apply that across the surface of the water in the Black Swan. How does that understanding or that gradient generate curvy light rays? What Ranty's getting at? How do we get curvy
But
light rays from that
You've
profile?
got an
Well,
extreme.
Before we
I'll
get
give you that profile.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that. But just one thing, what GemPanda said there when he said that if you, weather balloons, we believe that weather balloons get close to the sun. You believe that when you release a weather balloon, it gets further away from the sun.
Eh?
I don't think I do.
Yeah, it does, because as you
How?
release it, and then the Earth is spinning away from the sun and taking the balloon with it.
technically-
So technically, it is getting further away from the sun.
I guess. No, it depends where on Earth.
No, it depends. What if I launch it in the morning, very early in the morning?
Spinning towards it. Fair enough.
Yeah, but well, when we release it, it always goes nearer the sun.
Okay.
You can't trap Ranty. He's at 8 days of rest, so good luck trying to do that today. Not happening.
Anyway, back
We'll
to
give
the
you the
lapse rate.
gradient. We'll give you the gradient. We'll give you that lapse rate. You apply that
Okay,
uniformly
good.
across the black swan. How does the rays curve?
No,
near the
you don't
surface?
apply it to the black swan because you're close to the surface where the temperature lapse rate can be extreme.
Okay, so that's fine. So
That's
let's
the
say
point.
it's constant near the surface. That's the part that I've been wondering is how do you get these curvy rays from that profile? Let's say that that's what's happening. Explain that.
How do you get the curvy rays? Because you
How do
have
those
light
rays?
traveling.
How do those rays know how to change direction over the surface
And
of
they
the Earth?
don't have any mind. They change because there's a density gradient.
Okay, so that gradient is applied vertically but not laterally, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's the part that that's the $1 million question.
What? What is the $1 million question?
How does it?
I know.
Well, you're saying there's a gradient, but it's consistent across the surface, across the direction of the ray path.
Because air gets colder as you go higher, not as you go from left to right.
But the ray is only like going from the surface to about 5 feet, right? Let's say the observer was 5 or 6 feet, maybe 10 if you want to take it that, and then the ray starts at the water that's 10 miles away. That ray is only going from the surface to about 5 feet up. So you believe that there's a gradient in that channel that steers it to that receiver.
Of course, there's a gradient all the way from the surface up.
Yeah, that's the part.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
still wondering about your question.
presentation on that. Do a presentation on that. Then we'll file it under the comedy section of Ranty's channel.
Why would I do a
Sure, but
presentation?
what's the question?
How is it gradient generated in that 5 foot corridor? You don't believe the rays are
Are
going
you saying
up
there's
and then
not
coming
a
down,
gradient
right?
there? Are you saying there's
Yeah.
not a gradient?
Well, I'm just letting you have the one that you defined, and then
Okay.
explain to us how that
I'll
gradient
have the,
steers the ray.
I'll have the gradient that curves exactly with the shape of the Earth then.
Yeah, in that 5 foot kind of corridor. You said with that lapse rate or whatever you want to assume in that channel.
Let's say the black swan appears optically perfectly flat, so horizon at eye level,
Mhm.
right? So that implies a gradient that curves at the same rate as the Earth.
In your model, it would need to. Yes, I see
Sure. And what's the problem? Like, I don't understand your problem.
that. Well, so at each point along that ray path, it's changing direction, right? To stay
Yep.
along. Yeah. So that's the part. Is that let's say the derivative is constantly changing. So why are you saying a constant gradient applied uniformly across the surface will produce that new change in direction? Because it's a different.
Because a gradient bends
different-
the light. Like what?
Okay,
The
well,
gradient bends the light.
let me hang on. Let
I
me
don't
shout.
understand your problem.
Yeah.
One
That's
sec, guys. Let me shout this super chat out. So Esteban Labarca for 2,500 CLP says, "How is it possible you guys still don't understand how light travels and bends through a temperature gradient? Laughing won't help. Just listen." To be honest, I want to see it be improved. I want to see a building being lifted up from behind something else just by optics alone.
Yeah.
Category.
Just by optics.
Category.
No, do a test. Perform a test
What do you
for
mean?
me. Across water. Perform a test. Somehow, perform it. Maybe heat the
repeatable-
water up. Maybe get a tank, heat the water up, have some ice
You're
above it
on
in the
time
air, have some ice
Great,
above the air.
Great Sapien did that.
Let him finish his point first.
Greater Sapien did that.
No, he bent a laser beam. He didn't raise up something from behind something else, which is what I'm asking for.
Do you deny that
Why would you
light
deny?
bending would cause something to raise up?
Because I don't necessarily agree that a laser beam and ambient light are the same thing.
Oh,
We
well, then you
want to
can't
see
sort
the
that out
full
by
effect.
yourself, Ranty.
Roohif, we want to see the full effect in a normal view, not on the side on. So we agree that light bends. No one's going to argue that. That's given. So we just want to see it head on. I think that's what Ranty's getting at. Not in like a PDF or.
Well, I think you should spend more time looking properly.
Well, to be honest, I have thought about this, and I've thought about having a tank of water, warm water, and some blocks of ice in the air. You know, sort of like in the air to create this differential. And let's have a time lapse of an image behind it. So we're looking through this gradient, and we should see a difference as it cools and changes.
Do it, Ranty. That'd be good.
Hang on. Rumpus is yelling at me. The temperature gradient in the atmosphere is linear. Reference the wiki page on the atmosphere temperature profile. There you go, it is linear. obviously
that's what
measured.
you said, isn't it?
Yeah, that is what I said.
So you
Measured by
believe
weather
temperature
balloon.
is the thing that then drives the density gradient? That's your...
It's mostly pressure. The temperature gradient has to be pretty strong for it to overpower the pressure gradient.
Okay, back to Ranty, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a test that I've been thinking about doing for the past year, to be honest. And like GemPanda's just said, do it. I think it would work because it would create this difference. So if we're going to see any looming, that would give the looming gradient that would be required to move the image in the background. And if that works, okay.
I'm not quite sure it'll show you that, but I think you would see some optical distortion that comports with that idea.
Well, optical distortion is what I agree with. I agree that we see optical distortion, and I also agree. But it's what I would say is that it's always from something that you would always see, never from something that you would never see.
What about Dang Joss pouring liquid nitrogen on his Pringles tin?
Yeah, but did you see the uniform image of what he was looking at, or did you just see a splodge?
No, it didn't bring it in front of the horizon like in the Black Swan. That's the
Yes,
main
it
issue.
did. Yes,
the object has to come in front, and then
it did.
We
the horizon's pushed
just
back.
well, hang on. We just saw a
and then you would see
splodge.
it.
We saw a splodge. We didn't see like when you film across water
did you
and you
see
see
something that you
hold
couldn't
on.
otherwise see?
Yeah, just a minute.
But Gem, that's
Saw
a
piece of
phenomenon in
coloured
I want
flat or
plastic.
curve.
It wasn't a splodge, Ranty, I don't think.
I want to see something like a building in the distance lifted up, because every time you see these buildings, we are told that is being lifted up, right? It's being loomed up, right? So I want to see an experiment that proves that. Not some splodge, which is basically what he showed. It was a splodge.
I'll tell you what, Ranty.
You could recognise that was the piece of two-coloured plasticine very easily. Calling it a splodge.
It was one colour of the plasticine. Not two.
But that's not the debate. That's
but he
light
made
bending.
it
We're
with
fine
two
with that.
colours, right? Didn't he? He made it. I think it was green with a red.
And red,
tip.
yes, red tip, yeah.
And the red tip was not visible. He poured on the whatever it was, ethanol or whatever the cold liquid was, and then you could see it, right? And it was definitely recognisable.
Was that over
the top
water?
of that piece of plasticine?
That doesn't change
Some
whether it's a
random
curve or
splodge
flat.
could have been anything. It was
That
the
works.
top of
That works with any kind of obstruction, whether it's a flat plane or a curve. That's not.
Rumpus is secretly feeding me information via the live chat. Reference the time-lapse video by Joshua Nowicki, which shows looming over the period of the day.
But here's what you guys are claiming in the Black Swan is that oil platform is coming in front of the horizon, and then the horizon's being pushed behind it. That's the trick. We need to see that.
Right. That's
Good luck.
Look. You can make your stamp your
Right, Ranty. 1 second. You agree? That's what's happening. It's not just lifting up vertically. It's coming into the foreground.
We do need to hear you say that again. We definitely need that. You know,
it's
you
coming
can stamp your foot like
it's coming into the foreground.
Yeah. Say it again. We haven't.
So
I love you, Jim.
clarify. The oil platform is behind a physical obstruction being brought forward, and then that physical obstruction is then behind it.
Okay, but
so it's in the foreground.
Okay, anything can be loomed up, including the surface of the water. It's just something that's behind the horizon. So that's what's happening there.
The definition of the definition is lifted up from behind.
I think that's a wrong definition, by the way.
Right.
Maybe it needs address. Maybe it needs some.
But I don't think
we had this chat before,
yeah.
actually, in a Glober hangout, where Andrew Young defines it as something beyond the horizon or something greater than standard refraction. And there was a gap in his group of definitions where there was no definition that applies to anything that is just lifted up between 0 and standard refraction. So I call looming anything that's raised in its apparent position.
Well, didn't he tell Roohif the rumpus off and give him a smacked bottom?
He did, and then Rumpus goes, oh, yeah. There is an error. There's a gap in his group of definitions. There's a space in there that's not covered by any of the definitions.
No, that means Rumpus is not the premier ray tracer. It's Andrew Thomas Young. We have a new king of ray tracing.
I'm going to say Phil Weinberg's the king ray tracer, actually.
Who's that?
Rumpus's accomplice.
Oh, Philip, that's his last name. Okay, why doesn't he come on this panel sometime and tell us things about Rumpus, the way he is in the office, and is he this annoying?
I think Walter
I
Bislin
think he's American.
Walter Bislin, I think, is pretty good at that stuff.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Esteban Labanca says, the example with cold liquid demonstrates you can see something you don't have direct line of sight to. It's empirical evidence of bendy light.
Very good.
Okay, so
that's true.
That may be accurate, but I'm still saying, for the 160,000th time, show me a building in all its entirety, with all its little windows and the door and everything in its perfect position, all of that lifted up, in uniform, in so that we can see it. Show me that.
No, and it has to be brought in front of the horizon.
I'll tell you what.
I'm not even asking for it being brought in front of the horizon.
Ranty, that's what the Black Swan is saying.
I'm not even asking for that.
I won't do anything.
But Ranty, just so you know, that's what they claim in the Black Swan, is that oil platform is behind a physical, like R value, and then it's brought forward and then the horizon is pushed back.
You guys only look at the Black Swan and don't look at his other videos where he actually shows the typical arrangement of those platforms, where like whatever the one called at the back is half covered by the horizon.
Typical for you is our extreme case. Our extreme case is your typical. So that's life, man. Just accept it.
All right. What I was going to say is if I ever get to America again, when we open up flights,
they're never going to let you back in, man.
Okay. I was going to go to Santa Barbara and try and get an Airbnb on the coast there and set up a live stream for a week.
Oh, that'd be awesome, man. That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
And then you become a flat earther, and then what?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to happen, TMoG.
You can come to my Bible studies.
Oh my God.
I used to study the Bible years ago, like 10 years ago.
That's a good idea.
How far did you get?
To the point where it was
Genesis chapter 2.
Damaging my marriage, so I stopped.
It's not a great read, to be honest.
No, it's not.
What do you tend to read, Gem, then?
Well,
that's appropriate for this audience.
And I do. I've been reading a lot, actually. No, maybe I won't say that. When I was a kid, I used to read an awful lot for a child, and I read everything and anything and everything that was put in front of me. But I used to like science fiction, and I especially like Ray Bradbury.
Do you think that's what indoctrinated you? Do you think you got caught up in that, and your mind is now just so in that?
No, because I don't think that there's really a connection between science fiction and knowing the shape of the Earth. Really, I think they're two.
Well, you don't think they're relate all those TV programs as a kid? Star Trek, Star Wars, Lost in Space, all of that stuff. You don't think that had an impact on your mind growing up?
It establishes the idea of space, but I think that's something else. But space is a thing. I can look up and see it. So
yeah, but they used to show you. Hold on, but they used to.
I think the whole space is fake idea is really very silly, and I think it's the least argued thing that you guys say. We let you get away with it over and over, and it's the most absurd in my view.
Well, you see,
GemPanda, did you read Arthur C. Clarke's books?
I have read some Arthur C. Clarke. I can't remember what though.
Yeah, he's the one who invented the whole modern day space fantasy, basically. He actually wrote Space Odyssey 2001, the book, and Kubrick did the film. So yeah, they pretty much created the whole globe indoctrination.
There's a great
question for you, Cleary.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you agree that the pressure of the atmosphere decreases as you go up?
I know that dry air is more dense than humid air, so I'm not really sure what's going on up there.
Okay, well, another question. Do you think you could climb Mount Everest without oxygen, you personally?
Me? No.
No, okay. All right. So there's less oxygen up there, right? Less atmosphere?
I'm not really sure what's going on up there. What difference does it make?
Maybe then just weather balloon, right? The pressure decreases as you go up. Is there some reason that you can think of why the pressure would not go to basically zero the further you go up?
Well, I know as far as oxygen transport, there's a lot more oxygen in humid air, like when you get in a steam room. But dry air doesn't have much oxygen in it, so I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's going on with that.
Okay, I can tell you the pressure decreases as you go up. Do you think it would stop? Do you think that decrease would stop at some point, and why?
Why would I speculate? What's the difference?
Well,
there's something.
I'm speculating that you think space doesn't exist.
Well, what I do know is that you guys say the thermosphere is 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, yet it doesn't feel like 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit because it's so thin. So then, therefore, how does your thermometer even detect 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit?
It probably won't, actually. It's probably
then how do you know it's 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit?
I don't know how they measure it. Probably the velocity of the particles or something like that.
That sounds like magic. Why is everything
Yeah,
like
I
magic?
don't know. I don't know how they measure it.
Right, you don't because you can't.
Like it's your claim, so I don't know.
Well, I do know there's a lot going on up there as far as the ionosphere being electrically charged. I know that what you think a satellite is basically a beam being shot up and bounced back down. These satellites.
The ISS is a satellite.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Well, I can tell you what it is. It's a freaking satellite. You can measure its height, measure its speed, and it casts a silhouette. It's an object traveling at 17,500 miles an hour at 250 miles up. You can measure yourself.
It may be something like a drone. Who knows?
Okay. Do you know any drones that travel at 17,500 miles an hour that look like the ISS and are 250 miles up?
I personally don't know of any drones that fast, but I do. I used to install commercial satellites, and I know when I focused in on a signal up there, that thing was dead on. And if it ever moved at all, then you lost your signal. So it's not some little
geostationary
trash.
Right?
And you were pointing it in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Right. Very, very geostationary. There was nothing moving.
What's holding it up there?
It's a beam bounced off the ionosphere coming back down.
That's what you think a satellite is?
Yeah, I know what a trolling satellite is. Kronsberg, KSAT, they launch trolling satellites down in the Antarctic, and I've watched them do that. Okay, those are balloons. They go up on the outer edge, on the outer rim, and they land in Greenland. That's where they pick them up.
How do you know that?
So, question though: if something's moving at 17,500 miles an hour, looking like the ISS, do you think there's any atmosphere up there?
I've never been up there. What do I know about being up there?
It's a question. We're all here speculating, right? If something's moving at 17,500 miles an hour and it looks like the ISS, not exactly the most aerodynamic thing, do you think there's any drag or any air resistance?
Probably not. But the angular stuff.
Well, there you go. It's in space. Done. ISS in space.
Do you think you could see a football field from 250 miles away?
If it's reflecting the sun against a black background, probably.
It would be very, very small. It would not be the size that whatever that thing is you're looking at.
It measures the exact correct angular size. I've done the calculations.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done it exactly.
I do, and I'm telling you, it measures exactly right.
I think Jeranism did as well, didn't he?
I think Jeranism now at least accepts that it's up there. I'm not sure where he's at.
I think he definitely observed it.
Jaren's a mathematician now. When did that honor get bestowed upon
our good
friend Jaren?
You don't have to be a mathematician to measure the size of something.
0.33.
Fair enough.
Shout out to the Minder God for the $2 super chat. He says, "Welcome back,
Ranty
Flat Earth," and cheers, buddy. Yes.
Don't leave us again, dude. The Earth will start curving, and we get scared, man, when you go away. But cool, man.
How good was Jaren coming out with his secret number, which was 0.32, claiming it was some fucking new physical constant or something, and it was like 1/pi. That was hilarious.
Do you think the government is capable of creating a special effect that looks like the ISS flying by?
I think that sounds very much like a conspiracy theorist, and I don't know of any.
No, I'm just saying. Do you think that they're capable of doing something like that?
Yeah, he didn't ask if they're.
Oh, it's possible.
I actually don't think they're capable.
No,
right, they're not because they're idiots. Correct.
I think it would be easier to put
Hang on, wait a minute. We can go to the moon in the 1960s, but we can't do that.
We can only speak from our point of view, right? And from our point of view, the easiest thing to do in that circumstance would be to put something in space. What else are you going to do? We already know how to put things in space. You're saying they proposing this idea that they would invent some new technology that we know nothing about, where they can twat things about the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour, but not be in space. Well, no, they're in space.
I need to shout.
How many holograms do you know that cast a silhouette?
Hold on, I need to shout out this Rob Kiln, who said for $5, Wiki Parrots, thanks for memorising shit. Bet you got straight A's in school. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks for the super chat.
Straight A's in school, actually. I failed English.
And let's face, sorry, mate. Go ahead. And let's face it, Flat Earth is just a series of parroted lines from a meme anyway. We hear this exactly the same lines, word for word, over and over again.
All right, Gem. Do you want the violins to start playing?
Very few Flat Earthers have actually gone out and done any of their own tests or observations. Present company accepted, admittedly, Ranty. But
that's why I like your Ranty.
But most people haven't done that. And
Gem,
and I'm not required to. Your philosophy demands that you do that. Mine doesn't. I accept things based on reasonable evidence from reputable sources.
Well, don't you think that's kind of weird? It's like you accept certain things in life, which is to not understand why they tell you that it could be 4,000 degrees temperature from the sun and all this kind of stuff, and you don't understand it and you just agree with it, etc. But then
I do understand it. But there is an explanation for that. I understand that perfectly well.
But I mean, that you've also got the mind of God here, who's saying about God and being a creator and stuff. So when he believes in something, it's ridicule. But you believe in something too.
I don't think it's ridiculous to believe in God, but again, what I believe is based on evidence, and
that's fine. That's fine.
And if there's evidence for God, then I would have more likely to believe it in a God. But where the mind of God is coming from, as regards the Christian God, he isn't supposed to or required to provide any evidence. We're to believe in him through faith. And faith alone. So
it's a requirement. That's actually why this debate will not be settled, I don't believe, in any kind of certain terms, because he does require that. So yeah, there's actually a reason for that. But I mean, obviously you don't accept that, but that's our.
Oh no, I accept that it requires faith. Absolutely, and I accept that the Bible says that explicitly. Yeah.
Right. So your faith is in gravity, and then that, I guess do you guys believe there's a discontinuity at the edge of
objects accelerate towards the ground. That doesn't require faith in the terms that the Bible uses the word faith.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove any kind of geometry. That's just an effect that we would see locally or on a macro level of a large curve.
So I don't have faith in an acceleration towards the ground, right?
Sure,
I do not have. Sure. I do not have faith in that objects.
I get your point, so fine. Okay. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Thank you.
When you say that the atmosphere is charged, have you ever seen lightning?
I have actually, yes. I'm only 41, but yes, I have.
Wow. Yeah. Are you familiar with the term grounding?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe the atmosphere has a charge and is grounded.
Isn't that what lightning is discharging electricity into the ground?
That's right.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat Earth data says.
We're required to deny.
My left testicle's purple. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Gee, well, come on, dude. That's too much information. We're trying to make this stream friendly for young people. For the love of God, man.
I'm going to shout out Flat Earth Data, who says low orbit Earth is not outer space. Can they leave?
How much atmosphere is there, Flat Earth Data, if something's travelling at 17,500 miles an hour and is just not aerodynamic?
But it's not outer space, is it?
Well, what do you define it as?
Well, what would you define it as?
But Roohif, you're not
Very,
saying
very
that
close.
you're not saying that atmosphere ever goes to zero, right? That's not the position.
No,
that
I
the
don't think
defense
atmosphere ever goes to zero. There's
Okay,
like
I was just checking.
one molecule
Sure.
in a square
Got it,
meter
got
or
it.
cubic meter.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'm just making sure because
But the
that
ISS
discontinuity would be non-mathematical, right? You can never go from something to nothing ever instantaneously. It's just
when they say that's a good philosophical point. Like when they say there's like 2 molecules in a cubic meter, if you split that into 4 pieces, like a quarter of a cubic meter,
yeah,
then necessarily you've got at least 2 quarter cubic meters with nothing in it. So yeah.
But you understand what we mean when there has to be a membrane between anything that's something and nothing, right? That's a mathematical statement, not just a physical statement, because you can never have a discontinuity from something to nothing happen instantaneously.
There doesn't need to be a membrane for the atmosphere.
No, but I'm actually you don't have this position where it ever goes to zero, but you understand why it can never go to zero, right? Mathematically, you can't have something to nothing without a physical barrier.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
You can't have something go to nothing ever instantaneously.
You can't have matter disappear, or you're talking about a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. You can't have atmosphere go to a completely zero atmosphere without a physical interface between the two.
Yeah, you can.
For mathematical
I'm not
reasons.
sure what you're talking about, really.
Okay,
I'm not actually sure.
What mathematical reasons do you have for that?
Because you cannot have a change from something to nothing instantaneously, because that takes infinite energy to produce that.
Right,
Sorry, Ranty just said he wants to bring Pete in, but half the panel will leave if he joins. I will leave shortly anyway. But yeah.
But
who else would leave if Pete comes in?
No, Pete's cool, man.
I probably would, because he's annoying and.
But he wants to ask you guys questions, so he's not here to ask.
He's here to put your toes to the fire, isn't he? That's basically what he's going to come.
His questions will result in him rambling on about his, his whatever his thing is, his Aristarchus nonsense.
Aristarchus is more probable than gravity.
But I still want a conclusion from the outer space question, Rumpus. Roohif. You were partly through your answer then, and then you stopped.
Well,
or about ISS.
Yeah, when I said the ISS isn't in outer space, is it?
Oh, it depends what you define outer space as.
I think you mean interplanetary space, do you? Is that
possibly? I mean, there's, for all intents and purposes, there is zero atmosphere around the ISS, but I accept that there is a tiny atmosphere and that it does cause drag, and eventually the ISS needs a little boost, like once a month or whatever, to put it back into its proper orbit. But clearly, there's basically zero drag, right? It's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. It looks like the fucking ISS. It's not in atmosphere.
Have you guys ever heard of the interplanetary medium and the interstellar medium, which is full of dust and formaldehyde? According to Hubble. Everybody talks about
dust in space. I don't know about formaldehyde.
Sorry, Pete.
Yeah.
Pete wants to bring up Canada.
Google it.
Formaldehyde. Bring up Canada.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look see if I can find it.
Hang on.
Unless you've got it to share.
Who's Ian Adams?
Who? Ian Adams.
Ian Adams. Roohif's a clown.
Ian Adams is ace.
It's when they're slagging you off, mate. You're hurting them, so it's all good. They've really slagged me off a lot. So
not at all. But I mean, Rude Earther was in here before, a few shows ago, and he was explaining how they have technology that could basically do what the ISS is doing. It stays up there for days, weeks, months, even.
But it doesn't travel at 17,500 miles an hour, does it?
Or is it 250 miles up?
It might have some drone that can stay up a long time.
Yeah, solar-powered drones and shit, yeah.
Yeah, solar-powered drones, yeah. So you don't think they had that technology back in the 60s and 70s?
250 miles up.
But how do you know that it's 250 miles up? And how do you know...
You can measure that.
But how do you know that it's at that speed as well?
A few people
Because you can measure that as well.
A few people have done the measurement. I think Reds did, didn't he, with Astronomy Live? They did it.
He did a parallax against the moon. I would do it with an observer, I don't know, 100, 200 Ks away, maybe more.
So when you say he did a parallax with the moon, was that, obviously he did the time that it took to traverse from one side of the moon to the other, and then they worked a speed out, yeah? But
just a...
but to do that, you would have to know the size of the moon.
No. Watch his video. Just a parallax. I think they were about 1 kilometre apart, and obviously that causes a parallax against the moon.
Okay, well maybe I'm.
The ISS.
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe I'm wrong, but in how you've calculated this. But I mean, it's not something that I've specifically looked into. But you can't definitively say that it's 17,000 or however high it is. You can't say it's that high.
Yeah, all they've got to do is form a triangle, right, between them and it. And if they know the baseline of that triangle and they can measure their angle, each of them, to it, then they can figure out the length of the other side of the other sides of the triangle, right? If they've got the length of the baseline and 2 angles, they can work out the rest.
Yeah, we need a diagram.
How? What's the sum of the interior angles of the triangle?
Roohif in these diagrams.
No. I mean, just go and watch his video. Rather than us trying to talk to you about it, and just watch his video, and the maths is fairly simple.
So a faceless, Reds retarded, and an astronomy lie. You want us to go to their video and do what now?
To watch it.
Okay.
The ISS is moving 3 times faster than a bullet.
Sure.
You really think you can see that?
I didn't see it. What do you mean?
You see something.
I think I can see something.
You see something, but you don't really know for certain what it is.
I know what it is. I've seen its shadow against the moon. I've seen it reflect the sunlight. Name something that can do both of those things. That's not an object.
You can make it out when
you can get a silhouette out of hologram.
It's just, I mean, as I haven't seen it through a telescope, and I just see a bright light moving quickly.
I've captured.
I know people who have seen it through a telescope. Plenty of them.
Well, GPS says that the ISS speed can be determined by a RF Doppler shift.
Okay.
I don't know.
How frequently can people see it? How frequently can people see the ISS? Is it a yearly thing or a monthly?
Go to spot the station.
It's fairly
spot the
often.
station.
I mean,
the station.
It's orbiting the Earth. Yeah, it's orbiting the Earth once every 90 minutes, but obviously it's not visible from everywhere. But that changes throughout the year, I guess. Or so yeah, there are times when usually you can see it a few nights on the trot, and then it's gone again for a bit.
So what about this? What about this Starlink train? So the Starlink train, or whatever it's called.
I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I mean, to a lot of people that look like planes in the sky. And they were far.
You do the same with that, right?
They were far smaller, and I think we did some calculations or something, and they would have appeared. They should have appeared about 13 times smaller than the ISS. So how come?
Is that from a transit or or just seeing it reflected?
Oh, actually, no. It was
just reflected.
No, it was more than that. Actually, it was over 100 times. It was over 100 times. Sorry, my mistake. It was over 100 times. Smaller it should have been than the ISS.
Yeah, but are they measuring like glare pixels, or what are they measuring?
Hold on.
Was it a transit?
No, let me get it right. Sorry. Last time I'll get it right. Than a plane. My mistake. It should have been far smaller than a plane, but it looked about the same size as a plane. So why was it so bright, and why don't we see that same effect with the ISS?
Right, because it's reflecting the sun off a dark background. I haven't seen the satellite train, by the way. Talking about the ISS.
You've not seen.
I've never looked.
You've never looked at. So you've never seen a video of it.
But it's doing the same thing that Roohif just described. It's reflecting the sun off a dark background.
Yeah, but how many people have seen that from the ISS?
What?
Sorry. So how many people have seen what from the ISS?
This reflection that you're talking about, like the star train.
Well, if you see the ISS, that's what you see. That's all you're seeing. It's just a big bright. It's a bright, a prominent bright light.
Yeah, unless you're seeing it over a transit, like where it transit the moon or something.
Do you need a special device to see it, or like what's the mechanism?
No, I've used a P900 to get a shot of it.
Right.
And just to see the light is you can easily see with your naked eye. It's
yeah.
brightest. You know,
I was out the front of my
thing
house
going.
like a couple of weeks ago, and these school kids walked past at about 6:30 or something, and I said, "Hang around for 1 minute. The ISS is about to go over the top," and they were pretty chuffed.
Right. It's really cool. I don't know. It was an awesome sight because you look up the time that it's going to appear, and it appears bang on that time and flies exactly where it should fly.
That's quite an achievement, going 250 miles into space. Too bad they can't go any farther.
Can you see my screens here, guys? Can you?
Hang on.
Are you telling me you see anything like this?
It's pretty cool, but
looks
it's gonna piss off astronomers, though. They're on about making them non-reflective somehow now.
We don't see it on the watch page.
I don't know how that's gonna work.
No, not on the watch page. On the Skype page.
Now I see it on the watch page too.
The flatties got very excited. They thought it was the elites leaving. Was one of the things that was said.
Can you see that, Roohif?
I can. I've never seen anything like that in the sky. I'm wondering whether that's a 5-second exposure or something like that. I don't know.
No. This is what lots of people filmed this.
All right, I'll check it out. I haven't seen it before.
Yeah. Is this what you see with the ISS?
Well, you see a bright dot coming across the sky. Yeah.
What,
this looks like one
this?
of the very early ones, Ranty. I think this is probably not long after it was launched, was it?
This was from 4 weeks ago.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
The UK one. It's just they look so close together. I thought they looked further apart. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong.
Are those UFOs?
No. It's Starlink. It's like a chain of satellites that are gonna bring internet to the world.
Professor Bell is probably crying tears of joy right now watching this.
Do you know how small they should have been? You shouldn't have seen them.
No, then you're just talking about things that aren't reflecting light. Like I said, there's a difference between measuring the actual size of something going across the moon, where you've got like a clear silhouette, and there's a difference between that and a reflecting object. It's like taking a photo of the sun. Like the glare overpowers your camera, right? And then you got to put a solar filter on to see the actual size of the sun.
Roohif, would it be fair to say that everything bottom up is indicative of a flat Earth, and everything top down, all these satellites, is your strongest evidence for a ball Earth, or is that too strong of a statement?
Yeah, probably too strong.
But most of the stuff,
all the evidence is for a ball Earth. Wherever
most of the stuff you appeal to are things that are above us, right?
Sideways, it's all.
Canigou is a great example.
Not really.
Why not?
How far is that observation?
273 Ks, I think.
That's pretty far.
Miles, yeah. I think.
No, it's 160 miles or something thereabouts. Hold on.
It's beyond 3 miles.
Yes, it's beyond 3 miles. 160 miles ago, yeah. So it's 270 or something Ks.
That's pretty far just to be able to see any of it.
Well, it's got the sun behind it. That's why you can see it.
But the sun's so far away.
Yeah. So come on. How big would you say those Starlink trains are? Each one of those satellites.
I can't tell.
They're only like CubeSats, aren't they? I think they're only like shoebox size or something like that.
So they're 550 kilometers away.
It's reflected light.
Come on, no, think about that for a minute. 550 kilometers.
And
height.
How much light do they reflect?
How far?
Like I said, when you take a photo of the sun, the sun isn't that size. You're just being overpowered by the glare of it. It appears bigger.
Well, then doesn't the sun change its size? So you say?
It doesn't change its size, no.
Yeah.
It doesn't change its angular size throughout the day if you use a solar filter to get rid of the glare.
So let me get this right. So if a shoebox size satellite can produce a light so bright at 550 kilometers, come on, guys. Think
Yeah,
about
I
it.
don't know. I haven't
I'm
seen
just
it.
going
I
to
haven't
check on
seen
the
things.
size of it before we commit ourselves to the shoebox idea.
I think it's about 20 foot. I think it's about 20 foot.
All
So
right.
not a
You're
shoebox.
never
Not a
going to see angular size reduction with a solar filter ever,
Good. Why is that?
because it's a solar filter, man. You can't see the object. All you can see is the light. The thing you got to use is infrared.
Are you saying an infrared filter would give you a different size sun?
Oh yeah, you'll see it shrink away.
Okay. Oh, I would love to see that.
Oh sure, yeah. I'll post a video, no problem.
That'd be great.
So, you know, I mean, if you look how bright that is in the sky at apparently 550 kilometers.
Oh God.
Right? No, think about this. Think about this, right? You know, and you're talking, that's something that's just 20 foot long, right?
Right. I still don't know what exposure he used and that sort of shit.
No,
He's
this
trying
is
to help you. Like, that's a reference point. How do you extrapolate, right? What would we expect with the ISS? Is that what you're getting at, Ranty?
No, you just get a dot in the sky. It's a bright spot in the sky, and it moves.
Yeah, okay, so the light from that was the same intensity and brightness and size as a plane that was flying beneath in a similar image. So there was a plane at essentially, let's say, 30,000 feet with its light flashing. And yet at 550 kilometers high, we had these 20-foot satellites flying by that were the same brightness.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen them. I would love to see them. I will now look up and try and see them.
All right,
I'm
Roohif,
thinking
don't get
that video
nervous,
is
man.
overexposed.
You know, we know. Just don't get nervous. Like,
Okay.
you're always welcome on our side if you change your mind.
Welcome to
So what I'm saying is that lights in the sky, you know, these sizes and lights in the sky, you can't tell what's what. You've got two images in the same shot. You've got a plane at 30,000 feet with its light flashing, and you've got a satellite at 550 kilometers that look the same.
Yeah, but we can't measure the size of a bright dot. You can measure the size when it transits
What's the
moon.
sun?
What is the sun? Where are we going now?
Is that not bright?
Can't measure
Yeah,
the
you
size
can measure-
of the light dot.
You can measure the size of the ISS when it transits the sun. You get a silhouette that you can measure. It's all gone.
It's basically because I just don't think you're getting where I'm leading this. So let's change subject.
I'm not.
No, Ranty, help us, dude. Fill us in. I may not be following either. So what's your?
It's fine.
the crescendo?
We'll move on. We'll move on. I'll let you think
just
about it for a time.
Roohif, he's giving you a haircut by throwing stuff above your head, man. You guys don't even catch half of what Ranty's doing, man.
I gave myself a
Charge you
haircut.
for
Yeah,
haircuts, dude.
Who
You
wants
say
to see
you
me
can't
haircut?
measure the size of the bright dot, but then you say you can measure the size of the sun.
Yeah, because you block out all the glare.
Yeah, but look what you've got up there. You've got stars, right? Haven't you? Apparently, you've got stars here, there, and everywhere, right? And yet you're telling us that you can measure these distances and you can work out the size of them.
To the ISS?
To stars.
Oh, yeah, using different.
Because you're always telling us to look up.
methods.
And yeah, look at the stars. They tell us we live on a globe.
Yep.
Where I'm just saying to you, look, even with the technology they pump out now, you wouldn't be able to differentiate between something that was 550 kilometers and 20 foot versus a plane at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, you can. If you have another observer, 100 k's away or whatever,
Okay.
those angles will tell you the height.
So somebody in, let's say, Germany and somebody in the UK, and we're looking at apparently we're going to look at a star that's 600,000 light years away, right? Are we going to get an angle from that?
Let's use Polaris, right?
No. Are we going to get an angle from that?
Yeah, you will, and it'll be Earth curve.
And we're going to get a size of it as well, are we?
You probably won't get a size.
Oh, you can't get the size, but the angle for sure. For real. Come on, man. Roohif, is it
Come on,
past your
dude.
bedtime,
Oh,
man? What are you talking
It literally just turned 8 o'clock, which means I've got to get the kids ready for school.
Jeez, dude. Why do you guys come here with your astronomical nonsense?
Because it demonstrates the shape of the Earth. Oh, that's why.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm still waiting on an answer why you think the Earth is not spinning.
Well, Roof, give me some time to think about it, man. You know, you're not in
Okay.
a rush. I need to think about it. I'll send you a message and then.
Okay.
We'll
I
have
bet
a
you
good
won't.
laugh.
Anyway. All right.
I won't.
Anyway, thank you, Ranty. Love you, champ.
Hey, no worries. See you in a
See
bit.
you, Roohif. Good to see you, man.
So we've lost one. How's your show going, GemPanda?
It's going pretty good, although my computer's been out of action until today, so I don't know if I'm going to get one this week. I haven't got a lot of time left now.
You can't let your subscribers down.
I know. I do feel a responsibility. I really do.
I had withdrawal symptoms myself, to be fair, being away for 8 days.
Yeah, you guys aren't helping me though, because you're not making stuff.
What, for you to mock?
Yes, you need to get out there and protest and things, and you know, have confrontational experiences in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what works best for me. So if you could all do more of that, more activism, more flat earth activism would be great. Please.
We're not like that, dude. Those are people that are just doing this as a show. We don't follow the script.
But why not? If you believe that there's this massive and vicious lie being told,
yeah,
I think it makes you a pretty crappy person if you aren't out there, telling anyone and everyone that you can.
I'm doing it on the micro level. I don't think I could win over a country or my city or anything. So.
Right, but surely activism in like for instance the Global Eye Tour, for instance, that that kind of makes more sense to me if you genuinely believe this is happening. I mean, I can never understand why in 5 years nobody's really gone and seen their MP or their senator, or there's been a couple of people turn up at town hall meetings, but if you genuinely believe it,
we won't win. That's why it's tough to get motivated, because we know it's really pretty much impossible for it to gain traction. It's a personal thing, and it's people will find it if they're looking for it.
Okay, well, I don't think that's gonna work for you.
What's that?
The idea.
You're not us, Jeremy. You're not us. One truth seeker looking for sort of some honesty in your life.
Human being, though, Pete. I can make an assessment of how I think most human beings will behave. I don't think that the idea that you can just sit back and let everyone find it will work for you.
Well, forget about everyone else. Of course, it's an individual sort of thing here. But you have children, right? I mean, what do you tell your children? You've been involved in this arena for 5 or 6 years as a constant debunker, never concede one single point. I mean, anyone with any intelligence looking into Flat Earth sees, even if it might not be so, that there are many excellent points to sort of encourage interest and encourage the topic to be taken more seriously. So how do your children react to all that?
Well, actually, my son called me one day and said, he mentioned it. He said, "The Earth isn't flat, is it, Dad?" And I said, "No, son, it isn't." And he went, "All right, thanks, Dad." And that was it.
Come on. What kind of story was that, dude?
That's it. That's how interested he was, and that's how trusting he was in what his dad had to tell him.
Was he harmed from some of the vaccinations?
That was good enough. If I said it, he knew that he trusted that I would be an authority on such an issue. So he asked me, I gave my view, and he was happy with that.
Well, the Earth isn't flat, right? The Earth isn't stationary, because Earth is something different. With the spinning ball or the blue marble, we're given a complete picture of Earth. So when you mention Earth, our mind jumps straight to that picture. When it comes to flat Earth, There's so many unknowns in play. But Earth, for me, is something different entirely. The surface that we live on is flat and stationary, right? But what else is going on? I say everything is a part of the Earth. The sky, the skylights, the ground beneath us. So I think the spinning ball Earth in general is metaphor, right, for the true nature and the true state of things. And it's there for us to decode. I mean, you're a Freemason, Jeremy. If you're not a Freemason, you definitely should be, right? I'm not saying anything against Freemasons. Like everyone joins clubs, right? But are you a Freemason?
No, I'm not a Freemason.
Do you have any in your family? Jeremy, do you have any in your
No,
family?
we don't have. I don't have any Freemasons in my
That's funny, isn't it?
It is hilarious.
What's
What do
funny
you think
about
Freemasons know? What do you
Why
think?
would I? How could I be a Freemason? Why would I be a Freemason?
Why would you be here if you're not a Freemason? That's what we want to know.
Oh,
I have a very interesting
some weird
story.
fantasy you've got that everyone's a Freemason, apparently.
I have a
Not
very
everybody.
interesting story to tell about some Freemasons.
Have
that
no
I've bumped into
evidence
while I was
for it.
walking my
Just
brother's
another
dog.
bullshit thing you believe with no evidence. So, you know, produce some evidence for it. Show that anyone that isn't saying that when you ask them, "Are you a Freemason?" doesn't say, "Yes, I'm a Freemason." Show me anyone that denies that and that you can prove that is.
It's okay. I mean,
You don't know of a single person, neither of you. You have no evidence of any such person.
doesn't seem to be any Freemasons around yet. All the police
That's not
chiefs, all the
acceptable.
judges, all
No,
Richard
it's
Dawkins
not
is a Freemason. Isn't that funny? Because he pretends to be an atheist, and of course, you can't be atheistic to join the Freemasons. You have to believe in some higher power or other.
The lawyer for that person that was murdered was a known Mason. Russian vids brought that out. They're everywhere, man.
I did have a guy who worked for me once who was. Oh no, was he a Freemason? No, he was. It's the other lot that you don't like. Is there another lot? No, he wasn't. He was a Mason. He was a Mason. That's right. He was a Mason.
Hashtag Sleeping Warrior's a Mason. Sorry, I gotta say that.
Well, his dad is a police officer who doesn't seem to care about the 7/7 London bombing hoaxes too much. So his Stephen Warrior tells me anyway. It's pretty strange.
What are you talking about now? How have we got?
Well,
you don't want to be
another-
on this, Ranty, if you want to keep this.
No,
show.
no, that's okay. Let me tell the audience here just a quick
Don't
story I had.
fucking show up, mate, with some bullshit like this. You don't need to say it now. Don't, because his show will get taken down, and all the content, all the nice debate that we've had so far will just be wasted.
Why, what
so
am
that
I
you
saying?
blab some crap about false flags. So don't do it, dude.
Forget about that. That was just a by the way. I said Anthony Riley's father was a police officer. When I asked Anthony Riley, does his father not care about the 7/7 London bombing hoax? He said no, he didn't care. So I mean that's okay. But I'm not going to dwell on that. Let me tell you briefly a story about an encounter I had when I was out walking my brother's
You had
dog.
to say it, didn't you? You wanker.
What's wrong with you, man? Why am I a wanker for telling the truth?
Well,
It's
because
clear as day
you
that
don't. You have
7/7
no.
was another
You
hoax,
can't.
right?
Well, I'm not going to argue with you about it because
But hang on, what did your son ask you about 7/7, or what do you have? Does he revert to you on that when you say no, it was real, son?
Because you get his show taken down, you fuckwit.
Will I, Ranty?
Yes.
All right, Gem, chill out, dude. No, Pete, we've been here before, man. Ranty lets us do whatever.
Well, yeah. What do you mean you can't talk about false? This is not your show or Jose's show
or yours. It's not.
No.
Your,
so what's wrong? I'm
your,
just talking about the truth.
Your right to decide it needs to be wiped from the internet, is it? But yet that's what you're doing, so you can blab your crap.
What crap? What are you talking about? Why are you getting so defensive all of a sudden?
I'm not going to say it. You're not going to get me to say it, shithead.
All right,
okay.
Jam, maybe just get a glass of water, dude. You're not in the best mood.
So I obviously with a hoax media, is there any hoax media stories? Can we not mention that at all? Boston bombings, Jeremy. Can we not mention any possibilities of hoaxes?
Oh well.
The Pulse nightclub, 7/7, 9/11.
Pulse nightclub is obviously fake. Obviously fake.
That's Waco, Texas. Columbine shooting.
You guys are wankers. You can talk about that stuff. Loads of places you can talk about it. You can make videos about it. You could stick them on other platforms. But you know that saying that shit on here will get a video taken down.
No, I do not know that.
Everyone's having a go at me in the chat. I haven't said I agree with Pete or I disagree with Pete. I just asked him not to say it on here because it could get Ranty's show.
You should want Ranty's channel taken down. What are you defending here?
And I think, you know, Pete has wantonly done this because clearly he wants it to be taken down.
Where are you coming from? You're coming from left field there. This is not your channel in the first place.
Like it, we might all think it's shit, but it is what it is, and what will happen is what will happen.
Well, okay, forget about that then. So you have investigated the possibility yourself. You don't want to comment on it, and that's fair enough. Let's move on to something else. Let me quickly tell you a story about when I encountered a bunch of Freemasons, a gaggle of Freemasons, I call them, and they all look sort of well senior and in sort of high prominent positions. But I was absolutely sure that they would be privy to sort of basic truths like flat and stationary Earth truth, you know. So I took the opportunity as they were passing, as I was walking the dog, just to question them. And one fella in particular took an interest, and as I was just saying, I'm sure you know the Earth is flat and stationary. He seemed genuinely surprised, and I was genuinely surprised that he was genuinely surprised, and he was very interested. So I just went over a few of the basic things, right? The Earth never ever been proven to move, Jeremy. Never ever. Never ever, always and ever assumed, right? Yeah, a few of the basic things. People in Australia been upside down, that sort of thing. But then, this is the point, the short story. Then I asked him, right, has he ever heard of Aristarchus? And I swear to you, his whole demeanor changed. He looked down and he said yes, and he said, I have to go. So that's the only story I wanted to tell there. But I was surprised that maybe senior Freemasons weren't aware of the flat and stationary nature to Earth, because the truth is obvious. It's always been known, I reckon.
Well, what would you say, Pete?
The Earth doesn't move.
Pete, so you got GemPanda in the chat right? Well, on the show right now. So, you know, what would you do if you were going to say one thing, one flat Earth proof, to you want to debate him on? What would it be?
Okay, there's a very poor connection here, so if you can hear me, that's okay. I can't hear you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's better. That's a little bit better. What, did you ask me a question?
I did, yeah. You know, I mean, you've got GemPanda here, so what's your, you know, if you're bringing a flat Earth proof to the table to say, hey, you know, I believe this because of this, you know, what would you say to Pete?
All right, well...
to Gem, sorry.
Okay, well, first of all, we got to decide who we're dealing with here. If GemPanda comes along here, what kind of a name is that, GemPanda? Well, I don't know anymore. Oh, Jeremy, actually, yes, we do know your name. But if you're going to come along here and claim to be an honest truth seeker, right, and open to persuasion, well, then that's one thing. But if you're just constantly going to defend a position come hell or high water, well, that sort of leaves me nowhere. But I would always I'll ask Jeremy the same question as I sort of always ask any antagonist, which is, to the best of your knowledge, when was the Earth first proven, scientifically or otherwise, to move the way all theorizing up to that point could be validated, and all further and future theorizing could continue with confidence? Again, to the best of your knowledge, Jeremy.
I have absolutely no idea, and you were supposed to be providing me with evidence of a flat Earth, and you went straight to, well, almost straight to asking me a question about something. And how is that, whether I know that or not, how would that affect the shape of the Earth? How is that an argument for the shape of the Earth? Whether I happen to know that or not. But let me address this other point that you made and you keep making, which is that I've never given a point in all these years. Of course not, because you're fucking wrong, you idiot. It's not you're a bit right, or I'm going to let it go slowly. You're wrong, completely wrong in every way. The Earth isn't flat. That's an idiotic idea. So
all right, tone it down, Gem. We don't want the video removed, right?
On it because it's ridiculous.
I'll point out then the ridiculousness of your situation. You're an atheist.
Have you got any proof for it? Like you asked. Do you have any evidence for it that we could debate, like you were asked for?
Well, first of all, this is why I asked you the question. Everything comes back to Earth's movement. If the Earth doesn't move, then the ball is impossible based on our universal experience with water, right, which is flat and when still at atmospheric temperatures and pressures. This is my whole point, establishing whether you are a genuine truth seeker, inquirer or not. Now, if you say, hang on, Jeremy, let me finish, please.
Why does it matter when we first did it? Why is that relevant?
Well, again,
why don't you ask, how do we do it? How do
Listen,
we tell if the Earth
yes.
is moving?
Well, I asked you personally for what to the best of your understanding, when was the first? And as I said in the question, the way all theorizing up to that point could be validated, and all future theorizing then could continue with confidence. That's why it's so important, right? And again, based on water and the universal experience of water, if it doesn't move and we're looking, something moves, right? Something moves, Jeremy. We're on the ground here and we can see the sky moving from our relative position, right? So which is it?
Are you just going to keep talking, or do I
the
get
Earth is
to actually
moving,
answer the
the
question?
sky is still. The sky is moving, the Earth is still.
Keep going, Pete, because this question is obviously of a reasonable length and needs more adding to it.
Relax, Jeremy. Take it easy a little bit,
Well,
will you?
ask it. Don't ramble on like an idiot. Ask a normal question.
What is a normal question? That's a fundamental base question. When we get back to basics, that's where it all begins and ends. We've decided that the Earth moves. Excuse me, please. Excuse me, Jeremy.
Oh yeah,
We've decided...
because I'm interrupting you, aren't I?
We've decided that the Earth moves,
your
right?
Question now, is it? It's me interrupting you again. Because you've asked your question, and obviously the thing that happens after you asking a question is a monologue from you.
There's a poor connection here, so if I'm over...
Unbelievable.
All right, Gem, chill out, man. We know the ball Earth is crumbling. Like, just don't take it out on us today. All right, Ranty's back.
Ranty's back.
Why are you so triggered?
In what way is the ball Earth crumbling? How is that represented in reality?
Whispers,
how we know
Black
that
Swan.
the ball Earth is crumbling?
Here's the deal. Here's what's happening to your reality. Black Swan is one. The Bible is a very strong one. Pilots are coming forward. Pilots are coming forward, confirming the flat stationary Earth. So as more and more people see that the system... One second. As more and more people see that this system is financially crumbling, they're going to turn to truth, right? So the truth of our reality is, according to, is what the Bible states. Absolutely.
Okay.
Two lights within a firmament, and we live on a flat plane.
So the ball is crumbling because the pilots come forward and because Nathan Oakley did some branding on a photograph and hyped it up as the Black Swan. How many humans would you say are aware of the Black Swan? Of the 7 billion of us, how many of us are aware of this Black Swan that is crumbling our reality?
Appeal to majority consensus, right?
No, it's not. He says it's that the ball Earth is crumbling. I'm asking how that is represented in reality. If that was the truth, then the things that he's given as reasons for its crumblingness would be apparent to many people, wouldn't they? For it to be actually crumbling.
Those who need to know it know it. So that's
right.
I don't know the number.
So Nathan Oakley gets about 1,000 views these days. So there's 1,000 of you, and probably 3/4 of them don't agree with him anyway. But I'll
GemPanda,
give him the 3/4.
It's important enough for you to spend your entire life with
people that know about the Black Swan. So any evidence that there's any more than that?
Wide Awake had hundreds of black swans going back to 2016, but it was never picked up on by Quantum Eraser until he suddenly came out with the Black Swan, which is a military term, on the 1st of the 1st, 2020. It was actually a warning to those in the know that something big is on its way. 9/11 was described as a Black Swan event, so was 7/7. In other words, it's a transforming event which would have major repercussions Earth-wide. And then along comes Corona. I suppose Corona is a reality for you, right, Jeremy? No chemtrails. There was loads of high altitude chemtrails.
Corona is nothing to do with chemtrails or 5G.
Oh, it's all connected. Make sure it's all. You know, it's all
actually a virus that makes people sick.
Actually, if you look at the cartoon
locking
caption,
countries down was a good response to it is another issue that I'm not sure about. So that's another thing. But
not sure
the
about
virus itself.
You all sing from the same hymn sheet, right, Jeremy? Every ball earther is an atheist.
Hymn sheet of
no
reality.
Chemtrails, no fake media stories, etc., etc.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I didn't say that.
I'm glad you care so much about Ranty's channel. Anyway, I don't think I've heard you on here before, to be honest.
Well, I've been on here before.
Yeah, he did the very first roundtable show, actually.
Ranty, I got a question. Do you know who runs BMLSB69's channel? Is that Quantum Eraser that runs that channel?
No idea.
Okay. No, I'm just asking.
I think it could be Travis. I think
When
it could
has
be
that
Travis.
guy ever gone out and done any
Let
observations?
me say this.
And
Hang
you
on,
think
please.
If he did, he wouldn't.
Yeah,
he
it
wouldn't
might be
bragging
could be
about it,
Travis.
shouting
playing
from the
true.
rafters that he had done.
All right, Gem, relax, dude.
I'm just
I was going to say,
responding.
GemPanda, you were around back in 2016 when Spurs came on with this video of the Acapulco Islands, and it's not. It's the neighboring islands, and it turns out that the oil rigs in the Black Swan are sort of part of the same initial video. I can't remember the islands' names. I'll try to remember them now. But that definitely busted the globe back in 2016. For one of the first times I saw Paper Explanator and Negator X losing their shit because we're seeing islands that we shouldn't be able to see.
Wait. You're telling me the globe was busted in 2016, and now 4 years later it's crumbling? What? How is that?
The globe never existed, Jeremy. Except in a metaphorical form.
Could it be that it wasn't busted in 2016, and that's how it's still able to be? It's still available for crumbling here in 2020.
But listen, we all understand. I won't say we all understand, but people should understand that you are sent in here. You're just a minion. The people who send you in have always known the nature.
Yeah,
of
that's
right?
likely. Yeah, because a few hundred people on the internet have definitely attracted the attention of the authorities, and they've sent in a team of people to argue with them.
The fake authorities. Tell us about the legal name, Jeremy, and the invading waters versus man on the land. Yeah, you've nothing to say about that, right? What authorities? You're the authority. Well, you're not. Like, you're playing a role. But as a living man, you're the authority on the land.
Yeah. Pete, do you honestly think that other reasonable adults should take you seriously? Or should they all just dismiss you as a nutter, like someone who's claiming that they're Napoleon or something like that? Because that's how I see you when you start saying stupid shit like that.
Well, we view you as crazy as well if you don't speak out against the government, which is obviously evil on many levels.
Think that what he's saying is reasonable?
What stupid shit did I say? Just remind the audience.
I'm part of a team that's being paid to come and argue with people on YouTube channels. You think that's a thing that's actually happening in reality?
We know that that's happening. That's a fact.
How is that a fact? Another one of your facts.
People admit that they're in the military and this is their job.
Is this like an AllyB fact? How is it fact? All right, how is it established? Just show me the evidence. Don't say
people like B-Ball for Life and Sean G and others, they're military and they're paid.
How have you demonstrated any of that? That's just you telling.
No, they tell us. They tell us they're in the military.
Sean G's never said any such thing. That's a complete and utter lie. You've just lied. Stop lying.
Well, I can confirm, but I'm
Sean G has told you that he's part of a team that is paid to come and argue with people on YouTube. That's
it's implied by the way he's.
Because I can get Sean G in here right now and we can ask him.
Bring him on. That's
all right. I'll send him a message. Let's ask him.
All right, let's double down.
Okay. In the meantime, so we've got Travis that's just sent me a message saying, you can tell those knuckleheads. BMLS name is Bo. He lives in Santa Barbara, and I am not he.
So it's not Brian Mullen either. BM.
No, it's Bo. Name's Bo.
Okay, well, we might need some more information, but we'll shelve that.
You think Quantum Eraser would be showing his face everywhere? Because if all of this goes down, right, and Flat Earth is revealed, that will be a major sort of go-to, the Black Swan, and BLS, whatever that means as well, the same. I don't know if these people are forthcoming with their.
Hasn't Quantum Eraser been on cam before? I'm sure.
I've never seen him.
Never seen him, huh?
Not that I want to, but
I'm sure somebody said that he had been on cam at some point, sometime in the past.
We've seen a picture, but that could be a picture like Rumpus, with drinking a beer or whatever.
No, it was a video. It was a video.
GemPanda has been on camera.
Yes, I have.
Well, I've never seen you. You've never.
Well,
I go on.
There you go.
I go on camera right now.
You don't keep an eye on what's going down, do you, in the Flat Earth community like I do?
I've seen some pictures of you.
I was doing some Flat Earth activism, Pete.
I missed you then.
You'll laugh at this, dude. Sean G in the chat's like, I was kicked out of the military because I was bisexual.
There you go.
All right, so don't let him on. We're good. We got enough info. That's cool.
Sean,
I
Sean,
don't think that's a real Sean G, is it?
I think it is.
G's,
Well, let me click on it.
Just as a curiosity, Sean G's dad is apparently associated with the building of the 9/11 Twin Towers. Isn't that funny?
Sean G has been in the military, but loads of Americans have been in the military. Almost all of you have been in the bloody
Oh,
military.
it went to Rumpus's channel when I clicked on Sean G, dude. That's crazy, dude. What the hell?
Right, the hand says, got his face from Facebook, Ranty. Okay. So that would be John, I think. Still haven't seen a picture, so I'm not too sure. But, you know, no docs in here. I'm just saying that I think I have seen a video at some point in the past that was claimed to be John.
Why is there so much hoopla surrounding this if it's such a joke? The Earth is obviously flat and stationary by the people that come up against it. It's obvious, right? Why would anybody care?
Well, because people don't like to think that people are being hoodwinked.
But there's a lot of ignorant people that get on and spout conspiracy theories every day. Like,
right, and there's people who argue with all of them. This is fucking YouTube, dude. You don't. You can upload it. In fact, one of my first uploads to YouTube was when I was doing something where I worked, and I used to make these little video adverts that had, like, you know, 3 Mars bars for £1 or something like that on them. Just cheap, just offers that went on these screens in shops. And I was reinstalling a computer, so I uploaded them to YouTube just to put them somewhere while I reinstalled this computer. And I didn't list them or anything, didn't tag them or anything, just put, you know, the company name, Animations or something like that. And within an hour, someone was on there telling me how shit it was. I mean, that's YouTube, mate. There's always someone who will tell you how crap you are. There's people who debunk cooking videos, for God's sake.
That's hilarious.
It's true, though. There are, you know, all these, you see these snazzy little cooking videos where they say you know, you can make this cake in a milk carton, and well, there's people who actually go and do those and discover that it's all bullshit.
Just cough it up, Jem. What do you know that we don't know generally? Like, what's the
well
thing?
You know, the Earth's a globe.
No, that's not what I'm getting at.
What? Oh God! I remember when Dell went down this fantasy road that he thought that Tim Osman was going to give him the lowdown on what the big secret was. Look, you're just twats on YouTube. There's loads of twats on YouTube. The government doesn't care about you guys. It does care about the QAnon people. The FBI have named them as a potential source of domestic terrorism. It's the first time they've done that with a conspiracy theory. But they haven't said anything about you lot because they don't.
Dude, you'd have to be living under a rock to not believe there's a broad narrative, whether you believe it's positive or negative, going on in the world right now. You'd have to literally be in a different dimension.
Oh, well, that's a common thing. That's part of the whole QAnon thing, to start talking about broad narratives and borrow from other activism. Oh, the yellow vests were part of it, and you know, it's nonsense. They're separate issues, and you know, the flat Earth has absolutely nothing to do with QAnon, even if a lot of flat earthers buy into a lot of the QAnon nonsense.
Okay,
I don't think many do.
Jem, I have a question.
Could be true or false and not affect the other.
I have a question, Jem. So when was the first time that you knew the Earth was a globe?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I think I probably would have been about. Ooh. Do you know? I don't know. I think maybe about 5 or 6.
Okay, and did you figure that out for yourself?
No. Children don't readily take. You know, you guys always say this thing about, oh, the first day of school and they show the globe and from then on you believe it. Well, that isn't actually true. Most children, it takes them a while to sort of accept the idea that we live on a globe. And usually before they get to
as parents, you tell your children, right, Jeremy? You pass on
I'm nearly there. Before they get
keenly aware of.
Yeah, just interrupt me. Before they get to a globe, often children, they develop the idea of a sort of a truncated sphere. So, like a sphere with a slice taken off the top, and we all live on the flat bit at the top. So most children go for that halfway house idea before they go to the full globe idea. And there's a good
before the school brainwashing
psychological research to support that.
Okay, so you were 5, and basically you didn't figure it out for yourself, so you were told it, and it was just an idea at the time.
Right.
So when did you figure it out for yourself?
I can tell you this, you'll like this one. When I was 7, we emigrated to New Zealand, and which obviously meant back in 1972, very, very long flights. We were flying for, 2 or 3 days. And I can remember at one point during the flight, we got very, very clear view. And my dad, who was sat next to me, looked out the window and he says, "Look, you can see the curvature of the earth there, son." And I can remember looking and I thought, that looks flat. I don't see no curve.
So at no point, so my point is basically, at no time did you wake up and walk outside, look up at the sky, look up at your surroundings and think you lived on a ball. At no point did you actually figure that out for yourself. You were just told it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then, how do you come on these things with such vigor? Then, like, why are you so sure?
Because that's how most of us get most of our information. That's how you've got yours, right?
Right.
But you haven't gone out and done a load of tests. You've just watched a load of YouTube videos. I just got mine from reputable sources, and that evidence can be backed up, often scientifically as well. So,
Jeremy,
I have a good basis for mine, whereas you've got a load of guys on YouTube.
Jeremy, on the laws of probability alone, the spinning ball Earth is impossible. Every single aspect of the spinning ball Earth is problematic, and as you know, probabilities are exponential. So.
Well, do you think that's true, though, Pete? Is that a reasonable thing to say?
It's absolutely reasonable.
Given that you live on a planet of 7 billion people, and you honestly think that this idea that we live on a sphere is just fraught with all these problems. Listen, no, let me make my point. It's fraught with all these problems.
6 billion of those don't give a shit.
These problems, and the only person to have come across them is you. And the 7 billion other human beings are just too stupid or too asleep to notice. You're
too disinterested.
Gem, a lot of the
that's
world
a reasonable thing to suggest.
I think a lot of the world just haven't been brainwashed. So some of them have never even considered the ball Earth. We don't know.
Some of them, or all of them? How many of them?
Well, I'm just saying you can't say that everyone has been.
Well, there's a lot of tribes out there that have never been.
Apart from conspiracy theories.
Well,
no. Hang on, wait a minute. There's a lot of tribes out there, Amazonian tribes that have not interacted much with the Western world or anything like that. Never had a mobile phone, and they live very frugal lives in the jungle. They think they live on a plane.
Right.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, you don't know the other case, so we're both speculating.
Well, I would say there are those people, and they may well believe, as Ranty suggests, they may well think that. However, they, as a fraction of the whole population of the world, I think they're a minuscule element to it. And
let me word it a different way. There's a large percentage of the world that has never encountered the rumpus. Thankfully, right? So they don't know about all this bendy light and all this nonsense. So that's a straw man to say that the people of the world have been indoctrinated with the intensity that you have, and even if they have, that they cling to it as desperately as you do. So that's an incorrect statement. That's a gross generalization.
I'm not suggesting that, am I?
You seem to forget that all flat earthers have come from being ball earthers, and they reject it, right? And rightly so, because, well, let me ask you a question, Jeremy. How many converts? You've put thousands and thousands of hours into all of this, and considering you're an atheist and one of your short life, that's a big percentage of your life you've sort of wasted talking to people who have no ultimate.
I enjoy it. I get entertainment from it. I'm interacting with people. I get to hear different views. I get to have my views challenged, and I enjoy it. How is that a waste in any way?
Because I think we're stupid.
The matter is already settled. You just said it yourself. Well, they shouldn't be entertainment.
It's like playing an online role-playing game,
a
computer game.
That alone tells me you're playing a part. It's not entertainment. It's not entertainment, man. This is our lives. This is our realities, right?
You're pitting your intellect against other players. Only in this game, there is no game. It's just intellect v intellect.
And we're winning.
Well, you keep telling yourself that, but I think the fact that you have to keep telling yourself that is indicative of someone who doesn't really feel like they're winning.
Well, shout out to Ranty Flat Earth's channel. He's got all the proofs, man. We're winning. It's over. Objects can be obstructed bottom up across a flat surface.
But when you say...
One second, let me finish my speech. Bottom up obstruction has been proven that it's definitely possible and happens all the time. First across the bottom, then the top. So we know that now intuitively and mathematically. And then long distance observations, the Bible. Now we have a strength in numbers growing. More normal people are embracing it, not just the agents like Mark Sargent and Dearth and all them. So, yeah, I mean, it's growing for sure. A lot of people are waking up. We don't know the exact numbers because we don't know the sincerity with which people receive various truths. We can never measure that. We don't know if people are genuine ball earthers as well either. How do we measure that?
It's when you say things like "it's over," which is how you open this statement. That what does that mean? When you actually say that, you're just saying something dramatic.
It's for effect. Yes, Gem. It's for effect.
I haven't made the point before you interrupt. Yeah. Because it's not over, is it? You've barely convinced anyone that the Earth's flat. You claim these growing numbers, and yet within the claim, you tell me that you have no way of substantiating this claim.
Gem,
it's not reflected by Google. Google Trends doesn't say this is happening.
You missed before you came on here. The fat tranny has sung. You missed it before you came, dude. It's over, man. The fat tranny has been singing, dude. It's over, man. It's done. It's done, dude.
Okay,
it's over, man.
Okay, but what does that mean if it's done? How does that manifest itself in reality?
Okay, the way it manifests
Corona, Jeremy. The whole world is shut down.
Let me finish. I would say, for it to be done, that would mean it was generally accepted that the Earth was flat. That's what's being taught in schools. That then you could say it's done. But you're so far away from that. It's untrue. So why are you saying it's done? In what way is it done?
It's done in the sense that we're intellectually moving on. We're trying to understand the deception and then figure out certain things about other things now that are even more important.
Intellectually moving on mean? What does that mean?
Now our axiom is that it's flat and stationary, and then we build from
that. When you say it's done, you mean you've changed some of the words of the meme a bit. Is that because that's what you're describing?
Done in the sense that we're done entertaining the probability that the ball earth model has any substance behind it.
Aristarchus is revealed.
So what you mean is that at first you thought the Earth was flat, and now you really think
correct.
And that's what you mean when you say it's done. That's what you mean.
Yes, well worded.
I don't think that's deceptive in any way or bullshitty.
No, that's the way it's been for us.
You think Black Swan. It's done. That's a good descriptor for I'm a little bit more sure than I used to be.
It's just more succinct to say it the way I did. So,
yes, okay.
It's flat, man. You know it too. There's no way you would come on these kind of things regularly if you did not know there was some validity to our argument. You would come once in a while, maybe to kill time.
But where is
you would not come daily.
Where is this validity? What validity of any of
your attendance on these hangouts and Rumpus and all these people proves that the Earth is flat and stationary?
You can pretend that me being here is evidence for a flat Earth if you like. I would say that that's pretty, a bit of a stretch for most people, I'd like to see you present that in the street. Well, this guy, he comes on YouTube, he's been hanging around for 5 years, so it must be flat. Does that sound like a compelling argument to you? Or does it sound like you're just saying something to be a bit annoying?
Well, let's say I made a hypothetical, insane conspiracy theory and then just got random people to push it. Would you be interested in that? That everybody kind of acknowledged was absurd?
There was a group from Italy, from an Italian university, that did exactly that, and they kept churning out conspiracy after conspiracy and posting them on conspiracy-related Facebook pages. And it didn't matter what they came up with; they couldn't find anything that you guys would reject, including that chemtrails were Viagra. You guys love that.
Who are you talking to here, Jeremy? Have some respect, man, for individuals. People who, even if they are mistaken, right? There is an honest search for truth in play.
No, there isn't. Well, they search for truth.
Or at least some, anyway.
Stop lying. You don't ever honestly search for truth. You
Yes,
desperately try to believe.
Yeah, we care about people. We're the ones who actually care about people.
Ever. And as I've seen this progress, that's the thing that has changed. There's less.
Hang on, please. Name a conspiracy, Jeremy. Name a conspiracy that you were on board with.
Well,
geoengineering.
I'm not mad.
Solar management. Solar management is the practice admitted.
Just going to answer for me.
Okay,
go ahead, Jim.
I'm not mad keen on fluoridation of water, although probably not for the same reasons you are. Although some of them we would.
Give us don't dilute it, dude. Just say it. Just spit it out, man. Don't dilute just spit it out, man.
Tell us.
Well, I don't think it's calcifying my pineal gland or any of that bullshit. But I do think that generally the idea of adding medicine to water is not necessarily a good idea that we should allow governments to do. And it's not, there are places where it's not done, and in the modern age they don't have any kind of worse dental record or dental health than places where it is. Even within our country there are water authorities that don't put fluoride in the water, and where the level of fluoride is much lower than it is in places where they do. So
what about the stock market, Gem? Do you believe it's manipulated worldwide?
You
need to think about that, sir. Are you kidding me?
Well, because
please,
depends what you mean by manipulated worldwide.
Global corporations, or whatever you would call them.
You mean one group, one organization, or a single group of people is controlling all stock markets internationally? Is that what you're
through computer? It's not like one person, on a napkin, but through high frequency. Exactly. 1 second, through high frequency trading, which is in mainstream news. But yeah. Like, what are your issues with? Do you have any issues with that?
Yeah, that's conspiracy. That's bullshit. You've got no evidence for it whatsoever.
Well, they would call them global corporations, wouldn't they? In your world, they would call them global corporations that are all working together. A global cabal.
Through central banks. Exactly, right.
Even global corporations aren't traded on every stock market in the world, are they? So,
okay, let's look at the subset of the ones that are. Fair enough. You don't want to throw them all under the bus. So fine. We'll give you just the NASDAQ.
Your claim is that all stock markets internationally are being centrally controlled. That's your claim.
No, manipulated. Manipulated.
Yeah, manipulated. Sure.
Centrally manipulated, or manipulated on a local level at some point.
Centrally manipulated.
No, I don't believe that's true.
At the central banking level. We have a question in the chat for you. Shills versus Shills is asking if you believe that we came from a dust particle. What does everything collapse to in your worldview?
I don't believe that we came from a dust particle, no. Why does he believe that?
Well, what did everything collapse to? Did matter always exist and it just formed, or did it?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't really know.
So is it in your model? Okay, so I've seen this in the past. So in the model, your universe is expanding and expanding, right? But eventually it's going to stop expanding and then it's going to start coming back on in itself.
Not necessarily. That's one idea. But there are other ideas.
At what point, well, if it did start to go the other way, what size do you think the universe would end up as when it starts going back the other way?
It's an entirely sort of theoretical notion. I think
You know,
there's other
how
ideas.
how crushed is everything going to get?
There's also the big rip. I can't remember what that one is. But there's some, there's other ones. There's other ideas about this. I have absolutely no idea. No idea if any of that's.
But if you were to guess,
yeah, what would?
If you were to guess, come on, if you was to guess the whole universe.
I can't guess. How can I guess? I mean, it's just total. It's just.
You guess about everything else on the ball Earth, man.
It's all measured. Look,
no, it's not.
Look,
no, it's everything's negligible.
Saying it's done and it's over and all. We've been measuring the shape of the Earth.
You guys put sticks in the ground and measure a shadow, dude. That's preposterous.
No, that's not how we do it. It really isn't how we do it. The reason we know the Earth is an oblate spheroid because somebody in the 1740s went and measured it, spent 10 years measuring it. That's how we know that. It's not because
Using what
NASA
device?
told us,
Using what devices?
or because Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. It's because they went and measured it. Using
What was the methodology? What was the methodology?
Star sightings and climbing loads and loads of mountains on the equator in Ecuador.
So they had a way of understanding and modeling what's going on between their device and the star in that time.
They used them as fixed reference points, and from that they were able to. You take a look at the French-Spanish geodesic mission and see what they did. But they mapped out a baseline across the degree of latitude at the equator.
What's your issue with the Creator, man? What's your beef with God? What do you not like about what's going on? If God were to
why do you think I've got beef with God? I've never told you I'm an atheist. I've never said that.
Okay, good. So you're more into a generic God. You just not into like the God of the Bible.
I think there probably isn't a God. I think it's probably a simulation.
Let's say hypothetically there is one. Let's say there is one entity that this all collapses to. What would you want to know? What do you have any questions for an entity like that, or you just don't care?
Yes. Why is there childhood leukemia?
Okay. No, that's a fair question. Okay.
So in your simulation, I mean, what's the idea with this simulation?
Well, I think you can make a probability argument for the existence being a simulation. That is that technologically advanced societies.
But every simulation has a starting condition.
Hang on, just let him finish his point.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Technologically advanced societies create simulations in order to, model aspects of that society and manage it based on those modelings. So, for instance, we do things like a census, which we use to predict healthcare needs. That's a form of modelling. And then there are more advanced forms of modelling where, like at Leicester University near me, they have a system that they set up where they predict how crowds will behave in sports stadiums. And each member of the crowd is represented by a little blue dot. And they can run this software and they can say there's a fire in the corner of the stadium. And they can see how the people will behave in that panic situation and where the bottlenecks will form. Well, as simulations, I will get there, this won't take too long. As simulations become more and more advanced, you could imagine a much more advanced version of that, where those entities were completely, fully programmed human beings that think like you or I and exist within that simulated world. And as the societies become more advanced, you can imagine that there would be more and more of these simulations. And so I would say that if we live in this universe and there are within this universe, we would say that there could be many billions of technological societies. If all of those technological societies at some point in their existence are producing these, they would produce trillions and trillions of these simulations. There's a much greater probability that we're in one of the simulations than we are because there's trillions of them, as opposed to the one objective reality.
So what does that make you within the simulation, Jeremy?
It makes me a sprite, mate.
A sprite, mate.
Yeah, a sprite, a thing in a computer game.
You'd be sort of like a Mr. Anderson, or not? What's the guy in the Maker's called? Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
It's just an interesting idea, and I think it's interesting from the point of view that you can make that argument of probability.
So because the flat Earth,
in our universe, there should be millions of these simulations.
Sure, and I've heard, of course, we've heard that before. But just interesting that you mentioned simulation. The guy who said it's Photoshop because it has to be, his name is Robert Sims. Isn't that interesting? Of course, we have Elon Musk talking about simulation.
His name is Robert Simmons. Actually.
Simmons, yeah, Simon, yeah, Simmons.
No, Simmons. Simmons.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's just interesting. And so, in one sense, right, if you accept that this is a possibility, could you accept that you are one of the people programmed to act within the simulation? Imagine it was like...
But if I accept the simulation idea, of course, that's all I am. It's just a thing in a simulation.
Right. So imagine it was simulated. So it's like a holodeck.
I'm only software in this idea.
Right. Well. Let's imagine it was like a holodeck. So we all maybe entered this simulation for the purposes of playing the game, and a major part of the game was getting the whole world's population, the 7 billion, which is nowhere near 7 billion people around, to believe in a ball Earth, only for it to be overturned then into the truth of things, which is first of all maybe flat Earth, and then moving on from there to realize that ultimately it's all a game.
Well, it's a lovely fantasy, Pete, but as I see it, you guys, the thousands or the millions of you that there are claimed to be, in 5 years have achieved nothing.
Aristarchus is revealed, Jeremy. Don't forget.
5 years ago, all you wanted to do was get it in the mainstream. That's all you ever talked about.
Yes,
then
but the whole of the
mainstream. You got it in the mainstream. Everyone took the piss out of you, and you all said, "We better get it out of the mainstream."
There's no you all. And remember, flat Earth was handed to us on a plate, and both sides were put into place. That includes you, Jeremy. Both sides. That includes all of the flat Earth main crowd as well.
Yeah, the only people the only people that really believe this are the people on the internet. Every other normal person, when you talk about buildings moving, they don't want to talk about it anymore because they know that that's insane.
Buildings moving? What are you on about?
That's your model. You believe that this high-rise building that I'm in literally moves in three-dimensional space, which is
why do I believe that? Why are you saying that?
Why do you not believe that?
This is how you know that your ideas are crap, because in order to address the actual ideas, you have to make them sound silly in some way. And,
help me make it sound.
I don't believe that the building you're in moves.
Hold on.
If you put that thing to people, of course they will reject it, because it was
what's happening to this building that I'm in?
It was some gibberish that you made up to try and sound as gibberishy as possible. So
okay, let me put it more mathematical.
This is my point.
It's got an English word, gibberishy.
What we get from you guys these days is these silly word games, just trying to. Oh, if I say it like this, it'll sound ridiculous. Well,
it is ridiculous.
Won't make the Earth flat, mate.
Well, here's something ridiculous, Jeremy. If everyone on Earth was to point up at the same time, everyone is pointing in opposite or in opposing directions, according to you. According to me, no. Everyone pointing up at the same time are all pointing at the same direction.
Right. That's a good way to look at it. A normal vector.
Not really.
Yeah. Right. So and also.
Well, even someone next to me, if they're on a ball, will be pointing in a slightly different direction than I'm pointing directly.
They won't be pointing at the same thing, will they? So they are. No,
directly upwards, 90 degrees to where you're standing. Directly upwards.
That's just the way you're describing the direction that they're pointing, aren't you?
And even more ludicrous is they would be moving in your model. It would be changing.
If you think that's ludicrous,
it is ludicrous.
You need to have some basis for just, more than...
There is a basis. There's every basis. The globe is debunked, Jeremy. The globe is seen now as metaphor.
What is the basis, though, for the ludicrous statement?
Because this is what I asked you at the very start about Earth movement.
Think about it.
I have thought about it.
Hang on, not you, Pete. The label of ludicrous, right? That's what you put on it. Now, if it actually was ludicrous, would it be accepted as true by so many people? Now, I agree there are people who don't really think about this stuff. Many people. But there are plenty of people that do. And they outnumber you lot and are
Don't worry about consensus, man. That's not going to work. Don't worry about that.
Well, it does. I'm not making the argument that you should believe something to be true for that. But can you describe it as ludicrous? Really?
Yes. Let me.
Why? Because you're the tiny minority of people.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. But a lot of people believe having money will make you happy. That's a majority. That's what a majority of people believe. Just because I don't believe that, that's what it is. So
Einstein was on his own, Jeremy. When he changed history physics.
You haven't demonstrated that money.
One second. Let me frame a reciprocal problem to the spinning Earth.
Respond to that.
1 second before we get to that.
Is it fair to describe something as ludicrous when these you and all you can actually evidence is you and a few hundred other people?
That's right.
Jeremy,
let me frame this.
Most people don't think it's ludicrous.
One second, mind of God. Jeremy, you would have hang on, mind of God. 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you would have to say, right, all of your cosmology now is based on Einstein. And of course, at one point, Einstein was one man against the whole of science. He changed the whole history of
nonsense,
physics.
Right? Just a silly narrative that you're making.
Excuse me, that is not a narrative. At one point, Einstein was said to be on his own. There was only 3 or 4 people on Earth that could understand his theorizing, right?
Doesn't make any difference.
But now it's universally accepted.
It's
universally accepted. So the idea being that from one man, the whole world can change, right? So your argument is
not right. Completely
let me give you an equivalent mathematical problem to the moving Earth. You would have to then convince us that clouds are stationary is equivalent to telling us that buildings move. It's a reciprocal kind of problem. How would you go about convincing
where you getting the building move from? That's
because both are obvious to us. Both are obvious to us that clouds move and buildings don't. So the reciprocal issue that you guys have, you'd have to then convince somebody with your reference frame nonsense that clouds don't move. How would you do that? How would you go about proving to somebody that clouds move, for example? Let's solve the problem that we both agree. How would you prove to somebody that clouds are moving? 1 second, let me finish the question.
Because you've only said it 4 times, so you
okay, no, but there's a last piece to it. There's a last piece to it.
5 times.
Mind of God never repeats himself. I said he never repeats himself.
Never. I'm never going to repeat this again. So I'm not going to repeat this. So if the clouds move, right, and then we can both confirm and verify that they move, how would we use that same methodology to prove that these buildings move? Go for it.
I go for it. I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. Because
why not?
Because your silly foot stamping tantrum of go for it and show it to me.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth. So we got.
You talk
welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
Respond.
We got 4 Flat Earthers on the panel now.
Okay, let him respond, please. Let him respond.
Go for it.
Your foot stamping tantrum is ridiculous. I don't need to show you or prove anything to you or anyone else. You need to show that your ideas are correct. For your statements of it's done and it's crumbling and it's over, for those statements to ever be anywhere near true, you need to start proving things.
Okay, let me respond to that.
If you don't believe the Earth's
good. Let me respond to that. I'm trying to collaborate.
You're just here to entertain me. That's the
all right, Gem. Wait. This is the point, dude.
5 years ago, Jeremy.
Gem, I was trying to collaborate with you and prove, but we need to have a common
for me to play with. Go ahead.
Right. We need to have a common foundation. If we both agree clouds move and we verify their movement in an agreed way, then we would apply that methodology to something else. So we have to start with what we agree. We both agree clouds move, right? Relative to us. Let's say we're standing wherever we are. So then we would apply that same methodology to this high rise that I'm in. And then, so I am trying to prove it to you, but I don't know why you're getting offended when I go down that road.
Because you're saying that I need to prove it and I need to show it.
No, I'm taking the burden.
I show it to someone
I'm taking the burden.
I'm trying to collaborate. What I would say to them is, the first thing I would say is the Earth is not flat. It's a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. The second thing I would say to them is, if you still think it's flat after I've told you that, you need to go and re-examine the evidence. And then I would say, if you still think it's flat after re-examining the evidence, you need to look at your reasoning process and see how well that works. Look at logic and see how it should be applied. Think about confirmation bias and how you're applying that. And then, if you still think the Earth's flat, go ahead and believe it. I don't care.
You do care. You spend thousands of hours with the same passion that you're using there.
Look, I'm not on some campaign You guys should be. Most of you don't seem to be. But you
Aristarchus is revealed, Jeremy. What do you know about Aristarchus, the divided tree of life?
Hey, Pete.
Spewing about it.
Professor Phil Bell's got a statement for you. So he says, one man, Mendeleev, Russian scientist, changed the world with the periodic table of elements, and one man, Nikola Tesla, changed the world with the AC generator.
Right. So that supports my point, because Jeremy was talking about the vast majority of people having to be overturned in their belief. And I said Einstein was one man who changed the whole future history of physics, right, and understanding of the universe. So thank you, Professor Belland. Can I just say on the topic of clouds, and I've mentioned it before.
Look, I'm not saying that can't happen. My argument wasn't that. My argument was, is it ludicrous? Is it right to call something ludicrous when there's only you and a few hundred other people think it's ludicrous? Is that really right to call it that?
Yes, it would be in relation to the accepted thoughts on the matter, right? This is the whole point.
But that is the whole point. Yeah, because some people are clearly. Some people are just accepting it and not really knowing about it.
Name somebody who's doing that.
Well, I don't know. Somebody who's not really interested in the shape of the Earth. There must be.
Well, that's ludicrous to say that.
Flat Earth, you don't think it's genuine and hasn't thought their way.
So you think everyone on Earth is absolutely really interested in the whole flat Earth idea, and they're all engaged with it?
No, I'm talking about people in flat Earth.
Arguing for.
I'm talking about people in flat Earth. You said most of them don't understand the.
I didn't say it about flat Earth. I meant people in general. That's what we're talking about.
They don't give a fuck in general. They don't give a fuck. They never thought about it. If they found the Earth was flat, they'd go, okay.
Whether it's actually fair and accurate to label an idea as ludicrous, if most people, including people who have studied it in detail, don't consider it to be ludicrous, and only a tiny, tiny minority of people do and can't really provide any reasons for this ludicrousness.
All the people in the know the Earth is flat. All militaries throughout the Earth know the Earth is flat.
Nice if you just let me finish one of these statements, Pete,
Yeah, well, I thought you were finished.
Yeah, well, you can tell when I have, because I'm not talking anymore.
Well, you were just repeating what you already said twice beforehand anyway. So
and I hate when people repeat things. Go, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Again, Jeremy, you're a minion, right? And what we should realize as investigators here,
for that, Pete.
Excuse me. As what we should realize is that you have been sent in. The people who send you in know the truth of the
show me evidence
is always known.
People send me in.
You don't need to.
Well,
I don't need to. I use my smarts. I realized you were fake the minute I met you.
You believe without evidence. Okay.
Listen.
Why are you getting so triggered when he believes the Earth is flat?
5 years later, presenting the same argument.
Accusing me of being an agent. Wouldn't you get triggered if you were accused
You are an agent, dude.
Of being fake?
No, I wouldn't care. No.
You're acting and you're a liar. You don't think I should object to that? You think I should just sit
here all the time, dude? We don't care.
And be polite to Pete about it and not
get angry. We don't care. We don't get offended when people say that. People call me a Freemason. I'm not a Freemason. Why? I don't care. Why do you get offended?
I've never called you a Freemason, not once.
But why do you get so triggered when we say you're an agent and stuff?
Because he's accusing me of being dishonest, and he
you are being dishonest, though.
He's accusing me of being dishonest. He has absolutely no evidence for any of the things that he's saying, none whatsoever.
Right, Jeremy. Let me ask you an honest question then.
This is a man, the mind of God. This is a man who walked into an army base in Ireland and proclaimed himself to be king. So you can back up what he's saying if you want.
Well, hang on.
It's a fucking nut job.
Let me clarify, Jeremy, please. What I have done, listen, we are all the highest authority on the land. The legal name fraud is exposed. I sure declared myself King of Ireland, and I use the term loosely in one sense, right, because we're much greater than the material. On the behalf of all Irish men, women, and children, right, who are the highest authority. And I not only went to the army, I went to the police station and other places as well. And why not, Jeremy? Why not? We're being controlled by
idiotic, and you are.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, and I signed it in blood, and I said more than that as well. I said more than that in the letter.
And the only person who thinks you're king is you.
That's okay. That's okay.
Like the only person who thinks I'm an agent is you. And
I gave you the context. Who are we as humans, Jeremy? Is there any intrinsic value to us as humans? Who's the true authority here? Who did the government supposedly work for? Who did the church supposedly serve? Who did the doctors take an oath to?
Yeah, it's just
Who's
word.
important here,
Show
Jeremy?
me evidence of any of the claims that you're making.
Let me ask you a question then, Jeremy, to
Can't,
test.
because you
It's not to
made
test
them
your
up.
honesty. But hang on, please. Let me ask you a question then, because you claim to be honest, right? What is the best test you could offer now, right, or experiment, whatever? If we could bring things back to basics, and we're looking for these basic answers, what is the best test or experiment you can offer to show that the Earth moves? It sort of connects to Mind of God's
Focus pendulum, probably.
focus pendulum.
Right.
Okay.
Come on, man. What the fuck? What the? I almost
What's wrong with
swore
that?
there.
Okay.
That's nonsense, dude.
In what way is it nonsense?
If I hang
you've
any kind of
scoffed
object, if I hang any kind of object in my apartment right now and it doesn't move, what do I need to do to manipulate that to become a Foucault's pendulum?
You need to make the wire or cable that's holding it very, very long. You need to make the weight very, very heavy. You need to make sure that it's swinging freely with no friction. And if you can achieve that, which you won't be able to in your apartment, I imagine, unless you've got a very tall and wide stairwell you could get to, you could do it.
You can't achieve no friction.
But hang on,
Jeremy. I didn't say no friction. I said as low friction.
But hang on, please. Even if the results are validated, right, and sort of gel with one another earth-wide, why does that prove something about the Earth as opposed to, say, for instance, something about the sky? Someone talked about an electrical environment clearly earlier on. Talked about electrical environment.
Because we have the explanation of Coriolis for why that would occur on a rotating Earth.
But you see, we haven't decided that the Earth is a ball or flat yet.
Okay, but if you have a competing hypothesis regarding the sky, then you could, put that to the test, and we could see how that works.
I do.
But
we live in the outer barrier.
The way we can test Foucault's
pendulum, we live in the outer barrier,
is we can change our location on Earth, and the behavior of the pendulum will change accordingly, right?
Right. So we live under the outer barrier, which is highest at the equatorial areas, contouring to low in north and south. So as you move in relation to the vertical distance from the barrier, you experience different forces. Now, on a flat Earth, something is certainly moving. And as I've said this many, many times, once we realize the surface we're living on is flat and stationary, we notice, or we should have considered, a singular source to all of the skylights, which appear to move in unison on a daily, nightly basis. So this is a different way of thinking, but the Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove anything about Earth's rotation. You can't state that, and it was never claimed to.
I didn't say it did. I didn't say it proved anything about Earth's rotation.
But is that the best you have then, man?
I think no. Well, it's one of it's the thing I went to for that was most accessible. It isn't the only evidence that the Earth rotates, of course. There are
How can something within the rotating medium prove that it's moving? That's crazy. Like, just fundamentally. Like,
again, I didn't say it proved anything.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
The only proofs are in maths. It's evidence for something.
But you think it would have been so settled? I thought you would have come up with something very solid.
Everybody thinks the Earth's a globe, and they have done for 2,000 years, more than.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's a false statement. That's not true.
In what way is it not true?
Well, back that up if you believe that. If you've polled every single person for the last 2,000 years.
Well, no, not
when did you conduct
that? When I say everyone, there are some.
So you would agree that's a ludicrous statement that you just made?
No, it's not ludicrous. It's generally true. There have been some exceptions in that time, of course, but generally speaking, for the last 2,500 years, educated people have known the Earth's a sphere.
Did you read this, Jeremy? This involved a lot of belief, doesn't it?
I read this. It is historically recorded.
But as we're possibly in a simulation, maybe that was programmed into you to believe this.
Maybe, Pete, maybe. But it's still how the reality of the simulation presents itself.
But now we have reason for question. Now we have reason for questioning, right?
Well, Gem, let me ask you this. Outside of these debates in your own personal life, you don't have to state what you think about, but do you think about other things outside of the baller paradigm?
I never think about anything else. Just this.
Well, why do you come here in such a one-dimensional lane with
because this is all I ever think about.
What bigger question are you working on
what
at
else
the
do you
minute,
think
Jeremy,
about
privately, personally, in your own brain?
What bigger questions do you have?
Yeah, what bigger questions? I can tell you loads of big questions I'm working on in my own brain, just my thoughts as I go along.
be honest with you, I'm bored of this. I think it's become, you know, the entertainment for me has been sucked out of it because most of you aren't making these sort of arguments that you've just been making. Most of you these days are making semantic arguments, and you're playing clever little word games.
What's
and
semantic about the Black Swan? That's a 10-mile horizon. That's far.
Well, Black Swan is a good example, actually, in a way, of what I'm talking about. Not truly semantic, but there are definitely semantic elements to it. First of all, people have been making "we see too far" observations since the beginning of Flat Earth. It is founded on those observations. So the Black Swan is just another "we see too far" observation. And not
Flat Earth is founded on the lack of Earth movement.
Let me finish. And not very compelling one either, because it's only over a short distance. The reason you guys think it's a killer is because Nathan Oakley told you it was, and you all believed him. And that's why you think that, oh, the arguments have changed now and they've had to abandon geometry and all this bullshit that he tells you every day.
That's bollocks, Jeremy. And you know I've been talking about the mirrored water there since 2016.
And he attached this modus tollens argument.
Oakley's an actor, dude. You're talking to Pete and I. Wait, one second. One second.
Powers.
You got to know who you're talking to. Pete and I, we know that he's an actor.
The premise of that argument is incorrect.
Stop. We know that those people are just actors. We know that Mark Sargent and all them, they're just actors. Oakley, they read from their script, so don't come with that here.
The Black Swan is Nathan Oakley's product, and you're extolling it here in this hangout.
But don't think that we're accepting Flat Earth because of what he says.
You're presenting Flat Earth evidence that an actor has promoted.
Come on, you still can't.
It's an open source video, man. It's an image.
We
don't need Oakley narrating it to believe it.
But you called it the Black Swan. That's Nathan Oakley's name.
That's quantum arrest, a military term. I told you that.
It's BMLSB 69.
It's from Karl Popper.
It's from Bo.
No, but it's also a military term. John Quantum Eraser is a military man, and he admitted it himself. The information. Hang on,
is from Karl Popper.
I know it is, but it's also
used. About then.
Listen, because I'm telling you this, that Quantum Eraser admitted himself that it was before him all along. It only clicked with him, and then he released the Black Swan on the 1st of the 1st, 2020. Right? It's all set up. The Black Swan is a military term meaning an unforeseen and earth-changing event. And there was Black Swans around since 2016. I've been talking about the mirrored water layer, Jeremy. You were there back in 2016, and there were Black Swans of their own. When you always say that the visible horizon is the real horizon.
Let's ask Ranty, how many Black Swans do you think your channel has if we were to dig to your old stuff?
Exactly.
Actual Black Swans, me.
Like a handful at least, right?
What do you mean?
Crikey, probably not.
We see too far observation.
Jim, 1 second. Let him answer. I'm talking about observations of things beyond the geometric horizon.
Oh yeah, beyond the geometric horizon. Yeah, lots and lots and lots.
Come
and lots.
on, that's what the Black Swan is.
Yeah, but the Black Swan with the platforms in front, things that should have been behind it with the horizon behind it. I don't think I've got any of them. But I've definitely got
I'm talking about ones
observations.
that stretch the geometric amount.
You do, Ranty. You have loads of them. You just have to look more closely. The visible horizon is never the real horizon. It's always illusory. And as we're looking over a surface that is water, the water is reflecting. So when we see inferior mirages, which just means underside mirror images, right? Then it's the water that is doing it. And that's 2016, and all of this is known anyway. That's my point to Jeremy.
I think the Black Swan. I think the Black Swan is probably the worst thing that's happened to.
We know.
Okay, let's listen to why. Hold on. Let's listen to why. I want you to quantify it. Here, Jen.
I'm reading in the chat now. David Reed, the Black Swan kills the globe again. Oakley, the claims he's made about it, it's absolutely undebunkable. It's the best flat earth evidence ever. Well, if that's true, why has it not advanced your idea at all?
No, the best flat earth evidence is the lack of earth movement. That's our reason for believing.
Why are the governments not in disarray because of the Black Swan? If this is the best flat earth evidence,
know that it's flat.
Hello, Corona.
They know that it's flat, dude.
This is the best flat earth evidence ever. It's never going to get
Corona. Flatten the curve, right?
This is the ultimate product of 5 years of you guys doing this stuff. you need something to happen as a result of
What
this.
do you want to see? What do you want to see that would convince you that it's flat?
I
want to
see another. I want to see a flat Earth meetup or conference that has more than 500 people at it.
What does that have to do with anything, dude? That's nothing.
It would reflect the magnitude.
What does that have to do with the geometry of the Earth? What test do you want to see to prove that it's flat and stationary?
I know the shape of the Earth. I don't need a test.
Ranty's drone will show it, man. We could do it live with you.
I know.
Whatever you want us to do.
You will never ever show the Earth is flat because it's not.
Wow.
Sorry.
Very open-minded. Very open-minded.
Yeah, but what is the Earth? They like playing word games, right?
Why would I be open-minded about something that you have no evidence for whatsoever and have never managed to produce anything?
I was trying to get some evidence with you about the clouds moving, but you wanted to just ramble on about other stuff. I was trying to establish a test to use the clouds moving as a reference.
I thought I'd explain this to you, mind of God.
Sorry, say it again.
Your philosophy demands that you go out and do tests. My philosophy does not demand that I do that.
Really?
I can accept evidence from sources that I believe I believe to be reputable, and if the evidence is logical and reputable and is well supported, I accept that to be true. Well, you do that too. You just pretend that you don't for this issue.
Well, not in these days.
You do.
You trust Bill Gates is caring for people with his vaccines, for example?
That got to do with the price of cheese.
Well, he's an authoritative figure. I'm wondering if you question him.
It's not an authoritative figure to me in any way.
Well, that's good to hear. That's comforting.
How is he an authority to me?
He's not. I hope he's not. He's not to me.
Oh, you said he was.
Well, I'm asking if he is to you.
Who is he an authoritative figure to? And
a lot of people are saying that he does care about people through his vaccination program worldwide. Which is
that's a different question. I think he has genuine.
Isn't it curious that a lot of those people that support him are ball earthers? Isn't that strange?
That we're not conspirators. It's not that strange. No.
Is that a conspiracy though? Do you support him or not?
That Bill Gates is trying to reduce human population. Yeah,
that he doesn't genuinely care about people. Don't worry about the Depop, but do you believe he genuinely cares about humanity?
That's the purpose of reducing populations, isn't it?
Well, do you believe that that's the narrative that a person would take if they cared about people? Is depopulation?
I think having fewer people sick and having fewer babies die.
No, we're not talking about fewer people sick. We're talking about fewer people. Period. Do you believe that that's a virtuous agenda?
But the way to achieve that is by having fewer babies die. That's the.
Oh man,
you can laugh.
Are you trying to get a super chat from Satan right now, or like what?
All right, I'll explain it to you because you're a bit of a Hmong, obviously. In these countries, these third world countries,
he's a bit of a MoG, you mean? Mind of God.
Yeah, MoG, dude. That's different than
third
MoG.
world country where there is no or little social welfare system. The way that people plan for their old age is by having lots of children. A lot of children die in childbirth and during childhood from childhood diseases. And so that what people do is they have a lot of children. And this tends to create large...
That's their choice.
And this tends to create large populations. That's how they... Yeah, but it's not the best choice for human beings, is it? To have loads of... to have loads of children because a lot of them die. That's not a good choice to make.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Jeremy? That a lot of them die? Are you talking worldwide here, or just specific areas of impoverished Africa?
I'm talking in third world countries. The sort of places, and Africa and India, some parts of South America, where Bill Gates where they don't already have access to vaccines.
So who's to say what the future holds? My father comes from a family of 10. I think one of them died very young. But that's 10 adults who produced many, many children, produced many, many grandchildren. And you're going to tell me that, this is not worthwhile? Or I don't know, what are you trying to say?
Well, in Ireland, people do that because it's part of a religious belief, isn't it, to not use contraception? So that's why you tend to get large Irish families. But that's not so true anymore, is it? The Catholic Church has kind of turned a blind eye to contraception in some regards for quite a few years now, and so in Ireland now, you tend to not get. Well, you still get
Yeah.
large families, but not
in
as
Ireland,
large as
yeah.
large, because people
Most,
know that that's not ideal.
well, it's an agenda. Most people now have one child, right, or two children. This is the new norm, and well, the face of Ireland has changed. Now we have refugees or foreigners from taking over the population, really. So this is all an agenda, and where does it ultimately lead? I'm not. By the way, let me just say, I think the age of division is over. I think we've entered a new era, which began 4/20/2020 or April 20th, 2020, which was the night Starlink flew over Ranty. That was April 19th to April 20th. So, yeah, I think life is something completely different than what we ever thought. So all of this is just part of the script. And I think in one sense, we sort of got to go along with it. Let me just say, Jeremy, you're right in the sense, you're totally wrong, but you're right in the sense that, look, ultimately it comes back to the individual and what the individual believes. We're still trying to get a grasp on our reality. And I think the very best you can do is to sort of hone in and copper fasten some thoughts and notions in your own brain as an individual. And that's not to say to give up on everything, but have a faith. I was just going to ask as well, Jeremy, do you believe you have a soul or a spirit or a greater sort of aspect to your being? Or
I'm not sure about that one. I ponder that one a lot. I don't know. I haven't ruled it out, Pete. But yeah. I would like to ask the mind of God if he's still for lots of baby deaths, or is he more now? Maybe
I'm for not having a centralized agency decide.
He's maybe more against the baby deaths than he was.
Let me word this: that I'm for not allowing other people, or definitely not one individual who's a capitalist and an evil human being, to decide what other people do in terms of the size of their family and all that kind of stuff. So that's the issue. That's the problem. He can make suggestions, he can make recommendations, but forcing somebody, even people forcing me to take a vaccine, like Alan Dershowitz is saying in that video that we played, that I hope even ballers would stand on the side of. That's incredible.
Well, that video has absolutely nothing to do with Bill Gates.
It's the same agenda, sir. How could you distinguish those two things? How do you do that in your brain?
Because he was.
How do you do that?
One was state law, and the other is how to tackle third world economic problems.
You don't see how those are linked?
No, they're not linked in any way whatsoever.
You don't see how Bill Gates could be the implementer of that?
Tell us how they are linked. Tell us how they are linked. What evidence do you have for this?
Well, let's just say that they do decide that it is to be mandated. Who are the people then that would go and do that? It would have to be a business, right? People would have to be business minded. You don't make these things
let's
up
not
for free.
say that. Let's not say that. Let's say, where's your evidence for that? And where's your evidence of this link between what this guy said about state law and what Bill Gates is doing? And moreover, where is your evidence anywhere? Where is it even suggested that Bill Gates is going to get to decide the size of families? How is that related to giving people a vaccine in that sense?
It's conjecture at this point. I rest my case.
Right. Well, you rest your case by telling us it's conjecture. Well, thank you.
That's all it is. I can't prove it.
Right.
I can't prove even flatness to you right now.
Right. But I won't bother to address.
I don't have the tools. I can give you reasons to question.
Right, I won't bother to address the product of your overactive imagination.
It's not a crazy extrapolation with the information that's out there right now.
Just let me know.
Have you seen the 666
deaths? Are you still for the baby deaths, or are you more against the baby deaths now? Just tell us.
The person who's creating the baby, that's their decision.
All right. Okay. So you're for lots of babies dying. Definitely don't try and prevent that in any way.
But then we'd have to then prevent people from smoking, for example, when they're pregnant, or drinking, or eating unhealthy foods, or working too much, or being stressed out.
And of course, we never encourage people to do any of that, do we? We just never.
This corporate system is designed to keep people in hospitals and make money off them. So no.
Maybe you could make an argument for that where you live, but you can't make an argument for that where I live.
Oh, right? You live in heaven? Send it. What's the zip code?
I live in a country with national health care, don't I?
So I'm sure.
So tell me how that works here, where everyone in the healthcare system is, including the government ministers responsible for it, every single person is incentivized to keep the costs down.
You believe this COVID thing is real? Like these hospitals are filled up?
Why have we moved on to a different question? every single person is incentivized to keep the costs down, but you think they're all trying to keep the costs up. Why?
It's a fact here in America. I can attest to that.
Yeah, another one of your facts. We don't. I'm finding out a lot about flat Earth facts this evening. They're just.
Well, I didn't realize you live in heaven. Then
just what you imagine. Well,
your government leaders must somehow be disconnected with the entire other network.
I'm telling you about truth. You're giving me conjecture by your own admission.
It's a mild extrapolation with the information that's out there.
A mild
a light extrapolation. Have you seen the 666 patent of the Mark of the Beast from Microsoft filed in the last couple months? A cryptocurrency-based system that rewards people based on their health. Are you familiar with that patent that was filed? This is not conspiracy, Gem. We live in a very serious time. So you coming on here talking nonsense doesn't really help, right?
We have 9 digits, dude. They tend to reoccur quite a lot, you know.
Oh, it's just statistical chance then? It just happened to be the 666th patent filed in human history? Really?
Yeah. Well, what do you think it is? You think it's the number of the beast, and how is it significant when it's on this patent? What magic does it create?
It lets us know what the agenda is.
Yeah, only you could be just kidding yourself, couldn't you? It could be just another.
They could be trolling the Bible. They could. It's possible they're just trolling the Bible, but I don't think that's the case. I think they're serious about this.
Yeah.
But you got nothing to worry about, right? Because you'll take a vaccine in both arms, in your leg, in your ears.
What I found is the people who do this numerical shit that you're doing, the only numbers that they haven't got a problem with, it's like 4 or something like that. All the others are significant of some sort of evil doing.
Well, hang on, please.
You can drum up evil from any set of numbers. Sorry, go
on. Why? Let's get deeper in this. Why is 666 so significant? Have you any explanation for it?
Yes, because conspiracy theorists think it's significant.
It is definitely represents something. All numbers and letters represent something, Jeremy. Remember, words are formed from letters. And words have meaning. Therefore, letters and their construction
the number 666. It represents that.
But why 6, for instance? Compare 6 to 8 and 9. It
follows 5 and precedes 7. So it's useful to fill that gap.
Well, here's the thing about materialism. Aristarchus of Samos was credited as being the originator of the heliocentric model, which placed the sun at the center. This was the base for a material-only existence, which culminated in the Big Bang, right? As a materialist, you only admit the one. Everything is countable. When there's another aspect of things, which is the zero, the immaterial aspect to us, then we can look at the numbers in a different sense. So if we look at the 6, right, it is lower base. Right, it's based in the material. That is why the devil took in the story Jesus up to the highest mountain and offered him the whole of the material kingdom. So 666 represents us and our 3 component parts rooted in the material. The 3 component parts are the immaterial center, the brain, then the material center, the gut. Einstein was always searching for the gut, the grand unifying theory. And then we have the heart center, where Jesus is always pointing to with his heart in chains, right? So the 666 is in relation to that and our existence. Everything is about us, right? It has to be. And even if it isn't, you have to make it about you. What do you reckon, Jeremy?
Pete, you want to know another quick 66 is CV, which is COVID, is 322, which is 66. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. You see what I mean?
They're everywhere, man.
You don't even need the 6s, and you just invoke them out of other numbers.
But you think all these things are coincidence that they collapse to the number 6 everywhere?
Yes, because it's not coincidence. I think if you do that enough times, if you extrapolate enough levels, you can always find a 6 in there somewhere.
But what can we know then, Jeremy? What can we hope to know as we venture through life?
What did you just tell me the numbers that you just took? How did you get to 6 from it?
CV, like coronavirus. C is the 3rd, and then V is the 22nd. That's a skull and bones. 322, 66. There's a commonality going on here. Not just that,
so you've done 3 multiplied by 22. But why? Why have you applied the multiplication on this? How does that?
If you look at the Skull and Bones logo, it's a 3 with a cross in the back, like a bone cross. So it's 3 times 22. It's literally in plain sight. Look up Skull and Bone Society with Bush and Kerry and all those people. So
you wouldn't.
Obvious.
So what if the numbers were, I don't know, 5 and 1? What
Well,
would
that's
you
a
do there?
different situation, then, isn't it?
Right. So how would you interpret that? Would
Seriously,
you just
pick two numbers that add to 6, though. I don't know why you did that, but
yes, I did. I'm just because it's an example. What would you do? Would you reject that as nothing, or would you add the? Or in this circumstance, would you say, "Oh, we add them together this time"?
It's a data point. It's one data point in all the instances that 6 keeps appearing everywhere.
Can you not see how your goal in all of this is to get to 6 somehow?
It's not a goal; it's an observation.
But clearly, it is.
The number of Jesus is 888. Have you wondered why that might be?
Right. So far, the numbers that are magical are 8, 6, 3, and 2. Right. They're the ones we've got on our list so far.
There's only 2 numbers, and that is 1 and 0, and one of those isn't even a number.
Is one magical?
There's only 2 numbers, Jeremy. Even look at the sign for infinity.
Are numbers magical?
Look at it's not magical. It's a language, right?
All right. So
it's a language. So if you speak the language, right, and you have
you're putting 1 in. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8. Are there any other numbers we should take into? Are there any numbers you reject as part of this?
Now you're just trolling.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you.
Why is 33?
Because
so
I think you'll just take any number and you'll just fiddle around.
Right.
With it.
I'll tell you my understanding why 33 is so significant.
If you need to divide it, you'll divide it.
No, I won't divide it. No, I won't divide it.
You'll just do what you need to do to get a 6 out.
No, I won't. I won't do anything with it. I won't do anything with it except mirror one of the 3s and connect the 2 together when we get an 8, right? You, man. We are human. Excuse me, Jeremy. Let me finish, please. You, man. Think of the H, right, with the 2 dividing aspects, right, connected by a central bridge. We are in a divided state. Excuse me. We are in a divided state ourselves, male torn from female, self from self. And all of this represents our true nature, our true position here. As I said, it has to be made personal.
This is bollocks.
If you say that's bollocks, but where does your soul reside, Jeremy? Where is your spirit? You said you wonder about these things. How much do you wonder about it?
Don't do that to me. Most people who believe they have a soul or a spirit do not subscribe to this bullshit. So don't pretend.
Forget about most people. How many people have you spoken to in your life?
Subscribe to this bullshit are the people.
You don't know what people are capable of thinking or saying. You don't know. How many people have you spoken to in your life?
Why are you so worried about what a group of people believe?
Right, but have you asked them any of these deeper questions, man? Come on, how are you supposed to know that?
Some of them I have, yes.
And if you pushed your simulation theory a bit further and decided that you are a player within the simulation,
was a widely held belief, we would know about it, and it's not a widely held belief.
Right. Let me ask you.
However, a widely held belief is that people have a spirit. 85% of people, I think, believe that worldwide.
I'm asking you, man. I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm making a point, Pete.
Have you a spirit?
I don't know. I've already answered this question, Pete.
Well, you're one of the 15% who don't know or deny it then.
I said I don't know.
Do you believe you'll remember your life after you pass away?
How many times do I have to tell you I don't know? I'm not sure about that.
Well, you're outside of the 85%, so that leaves 15%. There are people who believe you have no spirit, or the people in the middle, the I don't knows, which is probably a smaller percentage again.
85% believe in some sort of creator, so I'm assuming they're the ones also.
Right, so that's consensus. You made an appeal to consensus earlier on that flat earthers, because they're such a small percentage in numbers, why should they be expected to be believed, right? They're ludicrous.
At no point did I make that argument. A
ludicrous suggestion, right? Because it goes against the grain.
Right.
Right, so therefore, your idea that you don't know there's a spirit goes against the grain of 85% who do believe, according to yourself. So you should go along with that, right? Otherwise, you're being ludicrous.
Of course you can believe that. Look, I only made the argument that things weren't ludicrous. I didn't make the argument that they became ludicrous at some point.
Jeremy. Okay, Gem, I have a question.
You couldn't claim something to be ludicrous if only you and a handful of other people think so.
Okay, Gem, I have a question for you. So, if we were created, everything was created from the Big Bang, does that mean that it also created not just life but also the spirit?
Well, it would do, and many people believe that, right? Many people believe.
That's absurd. That's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. Okay.
Most people who are Christians, for instance, they're not young Earth creationists. Most people who are Christians accept the idea of a Big Bang. And
Most
why
Christians
wouldn't
are
they?
stupid.
And why wouldn't they? Because if we take the young earth creationist God, what he does is he goes and plays in the mud and he makes some people from it. The alternative to this is a God who, all this God does is he invents the laws of physics, and everything else, the entire universe and the entire diversity of life that we see, all of that comes simply from the laws of physics. I would say that God is way cooler than the God who plays in the mud.
Relax.
The Big Bang reference is the sexual act where your material universe came into being. Remember, according to your story, Jeremy, everything, which is the infinity symbol, the lemniscate, came out of nothing, right? Which is the zero via the singularity. That's the Big Bang story.
That's the
Big Bang
so
story.
that isn't my story. I said that's. I believe that's true. I don't know.
Okay, the accepted Big Bang story then, right? So everything, which is the infinity, twisted zero, came out of nothing, the zero, via the singularity, the one. Let me just say this, right? If you twist the zero once, you get the 8, right? Or on its side, the symbol for infinity, the lemniscate. If you twist the zero an infinite number of times, you get the 1. You get the 1.
8's in the mix, everyone. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 6.
It's all about 8. 8 is everything.
So why do you not think that the Creator would speak to us with numbers? Why do you think that he would not show us patterns?
God is number, we're told, right?
Well, because you make the numbers mean anything that you want them to do.
No, we're not twisting it. We're just looking for patterns.
And so far, the only numbers we've got left that aren't magical in some way are 4, 5, and 7. And I'm sure you'll get to them eventually.
But you say, hang on, Jeremy, you say that math, I don't say you say it, but your side say that math describe the universe, right?
Oh, and 9. I forgot 9. What?
Yeah, well,
math describes the universe. Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Well, what came first, the Big Bang or the Great Attractor?
The egg.
No, the Big Bang or the Great Attractor.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't argue for the Big Bang because I don't really know enough about it. You know,
it's insane.
It's not insane. You guys are the ones who are pretending that all belief in the globe is absolutely dependent upon this foundation of the Big Bang. That's bullshit.
Jeremy's real voice came out there for a second.
Bullshit.
What is it dependent on?
People knew the Earth was spherical because they measured it, and they continued to measure it for 2,000 years, getting progressively more accurate.
Rubbish.
And they did, and they did that before anybody conceived of any Big Bang.
Jeremy, Eratosthenes, right? Eratosthenes is credited as being the first to see Earth in its true globular form. Isn't it funny that Eratosthenes is an anagram of sees not Earth?
Is he credited with that? I don't know whether that's true.
Yes, he is, with his sticks in the ground experiment.
And his name was obviously spelt using the Greek alphabet. So have you calculated that using the Greek?
Well, do you speak Greek
or an English one? Well, no,
English
but he did,
right?
and he was named in that language. So if you think that this is some, I don't know, message in some way,
English is fast becoming the #1 language, right, earthwide. All international pilots have to be able to speak English in order to communicate. So yeah, all you have to worry about is the language that you speak. Remember, it's every Masonic lodge, right, is international because the true story. Hang on, I'm just using this as an example. The true story is told via the pictorial form. Right?
So the Creator is communicating with us via numbers, but he's only communicating with people who speak English. Well,
I reckon the story is already written. No, it's not with people who speak English.
Well, you're only giving me English versions of these things.
Listen.
What about the Germans? And the French? Are they not in this?
They'll be encoded. The French is very encoded language. All languages are encoded. Remember, the truth comes first. All languages then are designed around the truth. All letters, all numbers.
I don't think you're making these. You need to be able to show that each of these these little interpretations that you do, you need to be able to show that they work in all languages. Now that would be impressive. If you could show me one of these and say, look, I did this, all I did was I multiplied the 2 and I added on the 3 and I did and I mirrored the doodah, and as a result I got this word. And then I did it in Maori and I got the same. And I did it in Welsh and I got the same. I did it in French and I got the same. That would be impressive. Now that would be you could make a good argument.
Then we'd have to translate it into gibberish so the ballers could understand, right?
Well, you can make a joke, but I think I make a good point, because I think that's what a creator would do. He would want to communicate with everyone equally, and he should be able to come up with a set of numbers that did that, right? You would have thought he would have arranged languages for that purpose, right? Since they all come from the
math
creator.
is a universal language.
Numbers are universal, yeah. Numbers are 0 to 10 or 0 to 9 universally accepted, as far as I know.
Not when you translate the numbers into English. They're not. Then they're not.
Well, that's where you have the
point.
Well, that's where you need the proper code and also an understanding of what the result will give you. So if you get an answer of 66, you have to know what 6 represents. And I've just outlaid what 6 represents in one sense. So it's that material hard to us. Can I just say, our gut, right? Our gut, everything is mirrored. As I said, we're male literally torn from female, self from self. Our gut is an inside-out brain, right? Our inside-out brain. Einstein was always searching for, as I said, the grand unifying theory. Einstein is one stone. This is a series of clues, the way I look at it, that we're encouraged always to work with and figure out. Right? And we get to the same answer. And the answer is the thought, Jeremy. It's the idea, right? And if there's a truth behind it, right, that's what we're coming towards. And all these languages and all of these different numbers are just facilities there to help us to make our way towards the truth and the truth of our spirit, right? The greater immaterial nature to our being.
Well, speaking of numbers, shout out to Cleary for the $5 super chat, who says support what you like. Thank you very much for the super chat there. Much appreciated.
Cleary, come back
in.
That's Ranty's money. Do battle.
You've given up rights to it now, have you?
So anyway, number 9. Yeah, number 9 is an upside down 6, right? So we can chuck that into the mix. So
yeah, 69. Look at the 69 what that represents. Yeah.
So we've just got 4 and 5.
BMLSB 69 is also 66.
Is he BMLSB 69? He's an insider, definitely. Do you know what the 69 represents, Jeremy?
So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, we haven't got 7 yet, have we?
No, 4 and 7.
2 lights rotating in the firmament.
4, 5, and 7. I think we've got to make magical.
Yeah, 5 is half of 10.
Yeah, 4 and 7. And I used to dream as 5 as a kid, so 5's definitely magical.
And look at how 5 is constructed just like the 2, right? 2 5s are 10.
That was the famous 5, though, Ranty.
Yeah, it was the Magnificent 7 as well.
I did read some famous 5 books and had them read to me as well a lot.
7 up is an L, right? If you rotate the 7, you get an L. What does the L represent? There's another interesting letter, L.
Oh god.
L represents.
Well, this is worse than when I used to do technical support on the phone. This is frying my brain.
Don't worry about that. And as I was.
Yeah.
What?
What do you do now? Are you paid to come here?
Oh yeah.
You can't deliver food anymore, right? You can actually.
It's big, well, I don't actually, Pete, because all my business is McDonald's and KFCs, and they're all shut.
Right, they're closed. Yeah, I think they've been a bit more harsh in England than they are here in Ireland.
Yeah, I think it won't be much longer. I think we'll be back to it soon. But
KFC's open up here in the north.
Yeah, we've got like one open, but I mean, trouble is, I sent a driver there. They told him it was an hour wait, and they hadn't got half the stuff. So it's just too much fucking hassle doing that. You know what I mean? It's not going to work for us. So I might as well let McDonald's get open as well, because that's a big part of our business, and let the novelty wear off for a week, and then do it, and then I think we can operate again. So
you don't think normal will go back based on a vaccine? You don't think that that's a logical thing that would be required from the top down? What do you think will get us back to normal?
I think there probably will be a vaccine, but I don't. But the reason I don't think it'll be mandatory is because it doesn't need to be. Most people.
Agreed. No, I agree with you. Yeah,
most people will just want to have it, like they do other vaccines, and they will take it, and that will be the end of it. And there won't be any. There's no point in having it mandatory, because think about it. If in your country, or in my country, for instance, there's 60-odd million people. If they said, right, you've all got to have a vaccine, how are they going to do it? It would take.
And the people that get
it will take years to vaccinate. It will probably take 5 years. It's readily available, and then of course at the end of the 5 years, you've got hundreds of thousands of people who have emigrated into the country. You've got, you know, people who won't take it, people who have gone homeless, people who have left the country before they took it, who may return at some point. You just can't make it mandatory.
There's a new earth. Jeremy, you know what's going on. This is why you're doing this. I don't hold that you have a bad heart, but you certainly know you're playing a cooperative, deceptive role.
Sense, Pete. We don't have mandatory vaccinations now, and almost everyone takes all of the ones that are available to them.
Well, I hope you're right.
Why don't you call out Corona as a hoax, man?
No, and when I went abroad, when I was a kid, and we went to New Zealand, and we were flying into, you know, other countries on the way, I had to go and have a load more. You know, most countries, you can't just go into them.
I hope you're right, but I don't. I hope you're right, but I don't think so, because your logic is actually correct. If people want to get vaccinated, they should, and then they'll be protected. They shouldn't worry about whether other people get it. You know, that's their decision, right?
Well, you believe this
herd immunity nonsense?
Well, we know that is obviously that works. But I think if you have you can never reach a stage where you've vaccinated everyone. That's why you need herd immunity, because there's always going to be some people who aren't vaccinated and who are vulnerable, and some people who aren't vaccinated and are infected. So that's why herd immunity is used. But it takes account of those two factors. That's the whole thing. So I think with this, I think most people are scared enough that if a vaccine becomes available, they will be queuing up to take it, and there will be people who will queue up for days. We'll see.
I don't think many people are scared. I don't think people take it seriously.
Well, they don't. I don't think they do in your community, but I think out there in the real world, I think most people take it, with at varying degrees of seriousness. I think. I think people take it less seriously now than they did at the start, because now, after weeks and weeks of this, they can sit there and say, well, I haven't got it, and I don't know anyone that's got it. So,
do you know anyone who has it, Jeremy?
Yeah, do you?
I do.
I knew you would.
I do know. Well, I was going to say I know a person indirectly, someone a flat earther actually, who comes in my Discord server. His wife had it. So, and I know that he comes in there a lot, and he's in there kind of often all day, and he's kind of looking after his kids while he's there. And so we kind of got a bit of a sort of an update, or kind of little commentary of him looking after his wife while she was going through this. So,
were there any symptoms that you were told that are different than anything else that's kind of standard, like a flu or anything like that? Like, how does one even know? How do you know that person has it?
How do you recognize?
Well, I know a lot. Sometimes you don't. Like 20% of people are asymptomatic completely, aren't they? So they have it and show no signs whatsoever. So
that sounds like a fancy word for something that's non-physical, that doesn't exist.
There are, asymptomatic diseases are not, that can happen. It can be a thing. You can be a carrier of things. And if you have, I know in the UK, I know the rule used to be, I don't know if it still exists, but if you have salmonella, if you suffer the illness of salmonella, you can't work in the catering industry.
You don't think that's rather peculiar that the whole world just kind of agreed on a narrative about a flu-ish like thing and just shut down the whole world? You don't think that that's kind of strange, that level of coordination?
I think that mostly what's happening is people are responding to social media, and that includes governments. I think that
that we agree on.
I think everyone saw all these videos coming out of China, and they shit themselves. I think that the lockdown idea is our government claims that they're following the science. That's a lie. They're not following the science at all. There's no science to support this idea at all.
Correct.
The science supports herd immunity, the original idea that they were going with. But they shit themselves.
This has all been planned for even centuries. This is the culmination of everything. We've never seen anything like this. I say Corona brings enlightenment, and just as Mind of God was saying, here in Ireland, of older people now, especially. It's amazing to see questioning this. And I say we've been led that way. There's so many inconsistencies and anomalies that people don't know what to think. And everyone has certainly heard the possibility that it is a hoax. And they're applying their own thinking now, their own experience.
I'm not saying it's a hoax. I believe it's an actual virus that's actually killing people. I think that's true.
Yeah.
How quickly do you think it kills people? Like you get it and then what? You just die the next day?
Well, some people have reported that, haven't they, with old people, that it's done a lot of damage very, very quickly. Well, I mean, I haven't seen many reports of that, but I've seen some. So, I mean, I don't know.
Here's the curious thing. It's sparse on our end, even knowing somebody who has it, much less an extreme case where they die the next day.
I should say as well,
non-existent.
I also have 2 doctors come in my server. One of them has treated, I think, 4 COVID patients now. So,
okay, GemPanda, can I just clear something up for you? Were you talking about a divergent droid?
When? In reference to what?
It was, Clear is just asking, it was around about 5 minutes ago, were you discussing somebody called Divergent Droid?
I don't think so.
Okay, and right, here's one other thing. So Plain Reality wants to ask you if you know what a placebo is when it comes to a scientific experiment. Yes,
I know what placebo is. Like, you know, well, we usually it's in medicine, isn't it? You give people, you know, they give some people an actual drug and some people sugar pills, and usually you find you get some positive effect even with the sugar pills, called the placebo effect.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking because he said that he had another question.
Is that what it means, or does he mean some other use of it in a scientific?
No, that's correct. That's correct, I think.
Yeah, I think he had another question to follow up on that, so we'll see if he comes through with that.
Yeah, it does sound like he was going like maybe slightly somewhere. Maybe I'm missing the point somewhere.
It sort of statistically neutralizes the delivering of the drug, so you want people to behave the same as if they think they're getting the real one or the fake one, and you do it, whatever, 1,000 people, 10,000 people.
Right.
Yeah, so half of them you'll say that all of them you'll tell they've got the drug, but you'll only give it to 10% or something, or 50%, right. And then you'll see what ratio that works out as, you know, whether you've recovered or not.
Right. Right, because if you get the same results with each, then your drug ain't much use.
Exactly. If Carlos was here, I'd ask him to spell placebo, and he would start with, like, the letter L, you know. So, but shout out Carlos Peg. A lot of you people can't spell, actually. I've noticed, Gem, like you guys need to take some kind of spelling class, because like the trolls come on my channel and they just, you know, copy paste. It's just nonsense. Like, what's the issue in the ball community?
I can spell.
Have the science.
I can spell, but I type like a chimp. I'm absolutely useless at typing.
Okay, so the follow-up question
I make a
is...
mistake in almost everything I type. Go ahead, sorry.
The follow-up question is, then, do you know what the placebo used in a vaccine experiment is?
Placebo used in a vaccine experiment? I don't know. No, I don't. I'm not really sure how you would have a placebo in a vaccine experiment. I don't know. I don't know what you would do. I guess you might do, because I guess in a vaccine experiment, I guess you'd be looking for generated antibodies, maybe. I don't know. So maybe you'd use a placebo to see if you still got generated antibodies. I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about medicine. How the hell would I know?
You seem to know a lot about everything else, Jeremy.
Well, I'm just trying to logically infer it. I mean, I'm just trying to, you know, make logical guesses. How the hell would I know? Why would he even
Bill Gates?
That way?
Bill Gates would know.
Okay.
I should know.
Let me ask you a general question.
It's significant in some way.
Let me ask you a general question then. Just in terms of things there are to know, what percentage would you say you know personally?
What percentage I know personally of what?
Of all the things there are to know, and what you know in relation to all things.
Almost nothing.
Thank you.
That's the first honest answer a baller has ever said. Dude.
That's true of all of humanity collectively, right? This
that's the first time
we've got to be a
heard you
whole
guys say
load
it.
about the universe that we've still got to learn. And we
Sure.
surely,
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about this, there's millions of planets in it. We've still got to learn about each of those millions of planets. So, and that's just one thing I can think of at the top of my head.
There may not be millions of planets.
Of course, we only know, we know zilch, don't we, of all the things there are to know.
Well,
absolutely.
Thank you for your answer. Can I just say, I meant to mention it earlier on, and I know people laugh at me, and you, Ranty, as well. When I produced a picture of the bear, I talked about the repeating cloud patterns. Well, the cloud patterns have changed, and now in your local sky, you can laugh all you like, look out for the eye of providence. Right here we are in 2020. And, so I'll just say that. Take it as you will. Something has changed, right? Can we all agree, since Corona came along, that the weather has been extraordinary?
Yes, I can agree with that.
It's hot.
Do you find that, Ranty, the chemtrails are still going? They're doing a high level spraying today, but I'm grateful for them because the sun is so fucking intense. I say that Aristarchus has increased in frequency, and this reflects in the intensity of the sun, but also how the stars and the moon seem so much more nearer and brighter. So
Ranty's getting hit on by Indian girls because he's my skin color now, right? Ranty, you said you're darker now.
I've been getting burned, that's for sure.
That's cool.
But yeah, I mean, the weather's been beautiful. It's been 10 weeks of glorious sunshine. It reminds me, like I say, it's the only time I can recount anything similar was back probably in the early 1990s at the latest, but definitely through the 1980s and the early 1990s up to about 1996, 97. After that, it just went shit. Weather went shit. So,
we can see now that these times are exceptional, and this is what I've been saying. With time, we will look back and realize just exactly what they represented. And I say the changing of the age, and I say we'll remember the date 4/20/2020. Remember, cannabis is associated with 4/20, and cannabis has been called God's gift to man. Well, what alongside the plant if the day itself, 4/20/2020, was God's gift to man? And it's all about reunification. That's what I see is going on. But yeah, in regards to the repeating patterns, pay attention to them. The bear is no longer there. All the patterns have changed, but keep an eye out for the eye of providence.
All right.
Because it applies to
Your Royal Highness.
Right,
I'm just saying, in your local sky, it doesn't matter where you are. It's the same patterns that are being expressed because we have one central source expressing everything. That's the skylights, it's creating the barrier, it's the tree of life, right? This is why the North Center is always pointed at.
Jem, you can't believe our sky goes to infinity, man. Come on. Like, it's got to end, dude. Really?
We don't know that, do we? We don't know if the universe is infinite.
Well, you don't know much according to yourself.
We don't know that. How do we know that? Nobody knows that.
We're not streaming anymore. Just
an idea.
Level with
the universe is infinite.
Yeah. I'm just about to round up, guys. So, anything you want to shout out before I end tonight's stream?
Welcome back, Ranty. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, man to God. Pete, Shay, anything?
No, I'm done. Thanks for the link.
And GemPanda, do you want to shout out your channel name?
Please subscribe to my channel, Debate Flat Earth and more. I'm trying to get it monetized. I'm only 100 away. Please subscribe. Even if you hate me, subscribe for a month and then unsubscribe. Just get me monetized. Because you'll do that if you hate me, of course.
So there you go. You heard it. You heard it from the voice's mouth there, right? Okay, guys. So I'm going to round up. I've been going for 8 hours, and I'll be back tomorrow with another show. I'll come back tomorrow, guys. So if anybody wants to jump on, let us know. Right, the Hans just messaged as well saying, can you hop on about a placebo? Can you come on tomorrow? Tell us about it then. It's just getting a bit late here, so I want to end it tonight. So thanks, guys, for stopping by. You've all been ace. All been ace. Right, okay. That'll do for tonight. And I'll see you all in the next one, guys.
See you around today.